long ago. The last one left to go was me. But you were cold enough to burn. I kept my feelings out of you. You held my head against the flame.
Happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to another Gaming Friday. Finally back, the first one actually after the upgrade. Yes, I know I did stream last Friday, but that wasn't a Gaming Friday. That was actually a different special stream. So today is the first Gaming Friday. So welcome everyone, and thank you so much for joining. And for those of you who are already leaving in Saturday, then congratulations. Happy Saturday. So guys, back to Angel with Tongue.exe. Just stopped responding for a second there. Actually, let me turn on my fan here because it's getting a little warm. Give me a sec. Okay, that's a bit better. What was I gonna say? Right. Is the microphone on? Yes. The other day I actually streamed. I was streaming, and I started talking. The microphone was off the entire time. Anyway, I was gonna say. Back with Angels with Scaling Wings, part 3 of the story. I actually don't really remember much from the last time I played. Actually, I don't even remember when was the last time I played. When was it? I think it was sometime last month. Regardless, it was far less time than it was from part 1 to part 2. So that's something, I guess. Anyway, I don't remember much from what happened on part 2. The thing I mostly remember is that someone killed Anna. I actually got quite sad about that. But anyway, enough yapping, more playing. So let's load the save. By the way, I hope the game volume is not too loud in relation to my voice, or vice versa. So if it is, do let me know, please, so I can adjust the volumes. Before I start, there is something I think I forgot to activate on this, or not Discord, Twitch. Let me check that just very quickly here. Something. Okay, everything is right there. Everything is correct. Now I'm just checking the Dragon Token things. Maverick, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Happy Friday, or Saturday actually. I don't know if it's Saturday where you live already. But regardless, thank you for joining. Right, so let's load the save. I don't remember what I did last time. Didn't I just go on Saturday? Okay, so happy Saturday. Haven't I already met with Remy and Lorem on part 2? I can't remember. Is there a button I can press somewhere to see? Status. Okay, that was Anna. And this card disturbs me for some reason. No, I don't think I can see stuff here. Anyway, whatever. I don't know, let's meet with Remy, I guess. Oh, that's a fancy place. Very nice. I don't remember what was the voice I tried to give him. I did Remy and the Dean. Oh, so I did talk to them already. Well, let's talk to them again, I guess. Excuse me. Thank you again for helping me the other day. I don't think this was the voice I tried to give him. But actually, by the way, speaking of voices, I did watch a few parts of the VODs for parts 1 and 2 of this game. And the quote-unquote voices that I try to give these characters when I read their texts, I think the game is a bit loud. But anyway, I think I was listening to it, and it doesn't really sound like I am actually doing a voice different from my own. I am that bad. And I apologize for that, for the record. Though I am going to still try and do it because I do want to get better at some point. And the only way to do that is, well, by doing it. Thank you again for helping me the other day. Without you, I would have been trapped sorting books for a few more hours. Inviting you over for dinner is the least I can do. All right, I remember. After I helped him in the library with the books, somehow I got invited for dinner. I don't know. So yeah, this is it. So I indeed did not speak to him on by the end of part 2. I think. So wait, what did he say again? That's not what I meant to do. Okay, so I found the thing to go back a screen. That's the scroll wheel on the mouse. All right, fair enough. So thank you for helping the other day. Without you, inviting for dinner is the least I can do. It's no problem, really. Nah, it really is. There's something else you could do for me. Potato. I don't know why I'm tempted to pick this answer here. But no, I'm gonna be polite. I'm gonna say that it was no problem, really. Although it was a bit of a problem, but let's not be rude. It's no problem, really. Besides, I'm also here to learn more about your kind. Spending time in the library is only appropriate. Spending some time in the library is only appropriate. TDW24, welcome to the stream and thank you for joining. Happy Friday. How are you doing? Actually, I forgot to ask. How are you all doing? I always forget to ask that. I don't know why. It is always on the back of my head, and I always think that I asked. But then my brain later tells me, hey, you didn't ask that. And then my memory says, yeah, he did. And the brain says, no, he didn't. So, and then I say, yeah, well, no, I'm going to ask anyway. I hope you are doing very well. Spend some time in the library is only appropriate. Playing New World Beta while listening. Oh, nice! I heard about that game, and I heard that the game does not really like to run on certain cards. So I hope you are not going to have any problems there, although technically you shouldn't. Actually, Jay, I just watched a video from Jay's 2 cents yesterday, where yes, I think it was yesterday, where he put that to the test, and there were a couple oddities here and there, but everything went fine. Just waiting for a nice admin drive on CD Road. Nice that you had fun, TD. Very nice. Although the CD part, I personally would leave that outside of the equation. But I mean, it is no secret to anyone that I really do not like that place. And I kid you not, the only way I will drive there by myself is if I get paid to do that. Literally, like, no, I'm not even joking. If I am streaming ETS2 and someone makes a donation and say, hey, here's $10, go drive on CD, then I will drive for 10 kilometers. So, 1 kilometer per dollar. But of course, not logged as GML, not doing any sort of not doing any sort of admin work, none of that, just as a regular ordinary player. And the thing is, I actually really dislike the place. I really do. Not really hated, but it was quiet there tonight. Yeah, even a single player don't go there anymore. I dislike it that much. But anyway, enough ranting about that place, because if I don't stop myself, I'm gonna be sitting here for the next 2 hours doing that instead of actually playing the game. And I'm pretty sure nobody wants to hear me rant about that. Anyway, I already forgot the voice I gave him just now. Heck, what was it? Well, my gratitude is yours regardless. Anyways, is there anything particular you would like to eat? How about steak? I do love me some steak. I could go for some meat right now. I don't like the potential implication here. Do you have something vegetarian? Oh, hell no. I want a steak. A good juicy steak. Oh, you're in luck. I do have a few steaks. Sorry. I'm a dragon. I don't have lips. Oh, you're in luck. I do have a few steaks we could dine upon. This might take a while, so make yourself at home. With those words, Remy walked into the partially walled-off kitchen. There was no door, so I saw him open the fridge and take out 2 steaks before he set them on the counter. I hope those are very, very large steaks, because in real life, I personally would eat both of those and still want more on a single go. I really like meat. I am actually tempted to get a sticker, one of those stickers that say, you know, bumper stickers that say, eat more meat, to put on my car. Just good. Soon after, he was already preparing the various ingredients with his somewhat clumsy paws. I hope he washed his paws. He was silent for a moment, then lifted his snout and looked at me from over the partition. What is it? I was just thinking about something. I could help cook if you like. Don't worry about it. Good, because I actually do not know how to cook. I know how to fry a beef. How to prepare a steak, so at least that's something. I mean, if I love meat, I might as well, right? I don't actually know how to make barbecue, though. I gotta learn that. I mean, in theory, I know. I never actually tried doing that myself. Anyway, alright. I looked around the apartment as Remy cooked and couldn't help but notice the almost mesmerizing tightness that permeated the place. Shelves were filled with books, scrolls, magazines, and other various trinkets. Suddenly, the repetitious noise of vegetables being cut ceased as Remy returned from the adjoining room. Hey, I asked for a steak, not for vegetables. I'll be back in just a minute. He went down the hallway. Not the hallway. He went down the hall and vanished through the bathroom door. What should I do? Examine the shelves, go into the bathroom. Why the hell would I do that? Look at the pictures. Search his bedroom. Why the hell would I do that? Wait. Escape while I still can. I mean... Anyway... Hey, Uma Kazera, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you doing? Hello. Happy Friday. I hope you're doing very well. I think I am going to look at the pictures. I picked up one of the framed photos to examine it more closely. It was a red dragon. I guess it was a female of young adult or college age, though I wasn't sure, as it was still hard to tell without looking at the obvious signs. What signs? Her crimson-scaled head was adorned with frills that ran down the back of her neck. She wasn't familiar to me. Let's examine the shelves. I moved over to the shelves and idly looked through the books and scrolls. Nothing particularly interesting caught my eye. From the titles alone, it seemed all genres were more or less represented, fiction and non-fiction alike. The scrolls were neatly sorted in holders, though I couldn't make out the logical consistency behind their arrangement. Anatomy, huh? Let's check that out. What am I looking at? I'm not quite sure what I expected. I don't even know what I am looking at. This kind of looks like an ear, but that is not. Seriously, what the heck am I looking at? I'm actually getting my face away from the screen as much as I can. I don't know, maybe distance will help me figure out what I'm looking at. Is this some kind of internal organ over here? Like maybe a heart? Sliced and as seen from above? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Go into the bed, not to the bathroom. It says into the bathroom, actually. I am not going to do that. Look at the pictures. I have already done that. Search his bedroom. I don't know, let's wait. It would be rude to look into his bedroom. I decided to pass the time by humming the theme of a game show. Looks like Remy still isn't back. There he is. The bathroom door opened and revealed the white dragon. As he approached, I felt my stomach rumble quietly. I barely heard the muffled sound, but when I saw Remy's ears... Oh yeah, he has ears. But when I saw Remy's ears perk, I realized he had more sensitive ears than I expected. I mean, he's a dragon. Hungry already, I take it? I suppose so. I'll starve if you keep standing around. I'm so empty. Lift your shirt. I'm not clicking that. Let's go with I suppose so. Although your stomach already answered that question for you. After entering the kitchen once more, I saw the dragon looked over the kitchen partition again. His mouth opened a little as though he were going to speak, but his brow scrunched with hesitation. Before I could say anything, he shook his head and continued to cook. Soon I heard the sizzling of frying meat as the delicious smell of steak wafted into the room. This is gonna make me actually hungry. Fueled by its fragrant odor, I slowly lost myself to daydreams as I closed my eyes. Is something wrong? You are salivating. Of course I am salivating. I like to eat meat. Meat is delicious and you're cooking meat. That's natural. I mean, you're a dragon. You should know that. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Well, the food is ready. Enjoy. Thank you. I looked down and saw the plate was already in front of me, piled with steak and vegetables. Remy was already eating, so I took the knife he had provided and cut off a small corner of my steak. Then I pierced it with a fork. That's a lot of description. Then I pierced with a fork. Its 3 prongs penetrated the flesh unrelentingly. Slowly I raised it to my mouth, and my tongue glided over the bare substance briefly as it entered my lips. That is an awful lot of description for actually just eating dinner. I took the first bite, a delicately crisp exterior with a much softer and juicy inside. It melted on my tongue like butter. Why should meat melt? Anyway, like butter as the taste spread to even the remotest corner of my mouth. It was almost perfect. Sounds like he used a very good, is condiments the word that I'm looking for? I think so, condiments. Very good condiments there. So, what were you thinking about? Huh? Remy's words snapped me back to reality. You said you were thinking about something. I looked at some of your scrolls. Do you live here by yourself? I was thinking about those recent murders. I mean, I suppose I would. Why did you use a stove to cook? I get it. I get it. He's a dragon. Dragons breathe fire, after all. So I mean, I believe this is the implication here anyway, that since he breathes fire, he could have used his own fire to cook the steaks. But let's think about this a little bit realistically. It would probably get a little bit tiresome after a while. Nothing particular. I looked at some of your scrolls. Do you live here by yourself? I think I'm gonna ask this, since there's a picture of a red dragon over there. I do. Honestly, you are the first person to visit in a while. He spoke softly and his gaze wandered. Oh, I see. Thank you again for inviting me. I looked at some of your scrolls. Which ones? All of them. Ah, that one, okay. Oh, so that was a scroll we checked. The ones on anatomy. Well, I do have a variety of books and scrolls covering all kinds of different subjects. I saw as much. You may have heard that I have a degree in biology, which is one of the reasons I was given the honor of coming here in the first place. As such, your anatomy is of high interest to me and one of the things I'm supposed to study. My anatomy? I was talking about your kind in general, not you in particular. Oh, in that case, I might be able to find you something more comprehensive than a handful of scrolls. I would greatly appreciate that, thank you. Why did you use a stove to cook? Why did you use a stove to cook? I mean, can't you just use your fire? Well, for one, not all of us have that ability. Besides, we still appreciate the convenience that comes with appliances like this one, and not everyone wants to eat food cooked with someone else's breath. Fair point. Fair point, I suppose. Breathing fire indoors is also a little unsafe. That is a very good point. I didn't consider that. Actually, I have a few dragon characters, and for the past few years, I have been making up in my mind lore for them, trying to build the world in which they live in, and all that sort of stuff. And they do live in a mostly civilized society, and they do have laws, and one of them is that they live with griffins, by the way, as well, in the same cities and such. And one of the laws is that dragons should not breathe fire near other. No, wait. What was the law I made up for that? Dragons are not allowed to breathe fire indoors or near buildings, especially in public areas. Yes, I think it was something like that. And because I mean, fire burns stuff. It can be very dangerous. I see. That makes a lot of sense. I was thinking about those recent murders. Oh, what a terrible thing! People can be so cruel sometimes. They can be. Where I come from, incidents like this are unfortunately fairly common. Truly? Here it's almost unheard of. One needs to take a look at one just needs to take a look at these statistics. What is wrong with me? One just needs to take a look at these statistics. Jesus Christ. One just needs to take a look at these statistics to realize that this is very unusual, or just an exceptionally bad week. I think the problem that I'm having here is the voice that I am trying to give him this time. I keep changing voices. Let me drink a sip of water real quick. Also, the description of that steak actually made me salivate a bit, so that also isn't helping. Although I'm not hungry yet. Nothing particular. Anyways, how do you like the food? It is adequate. It is delicious. I would marry this steak if I could. That's a bit odd, but I'm gonna say it was delicious. Thank you. I suppose you learn to cook well when you live on your own long enough. Mention that you saw him with Anna. Say nothing. I'm gonna mention that I saw him with Anna. I don't remember that happening, but whatever. By the way, I noticed you went to see Anna the other day. What was that all about? That sounds a bit intrusive. How do you know about that? I saw you two together a little before you left the building. That's kind of a long story. Why were you at the facility in the first place? She said to come. She said I could come by. She said I could come by. Apparently, she wants to run some tests on me. She's dead. Oh, that is so typical of her. Let me tell you something. That woman is trouble. Big trouble. Remy, she's dead! A few years ago, she was discovered performing unapproved and therefore illegal experiments. She had been running them for a while under the assumption that she would be allowed to, but in the end, our council's ethics committee made the decision against her. Anna's defense was that she did it for the greater good, and that she was confident that her experiments would be approved eventually. She lambasted. That word is new to me. She lambasted us for not allowing her research and said our decision was short-sighted and stifling innovation. In the end, no proof of actual wrongdoing could be found, so she basically got off scot-free. Since then, she has remained under the radar. Until now, there are rumors going around about Anna. She's dead. Surprise, surprise, her last application involves human DNA. Her casual disregard for rules of any kind should tell you what kind of person she is. You mean she was. She does have a brilliant mind. She did. She does have a brilliant mind, you know, but the way she uses it, she's manipulative, arrogant, abusive. I don't think you should trust her. Maybe she isn't as bad as you say. I agree. I mean, we did have a little chat when we had breakfast together. Was it breakfast or was it lunch? I think it was lunch actually, or just a coffee. I can't remember. It was on part 1. Anyway, that was months ago. And yes, she was a bit arrogant. Also a little bit of a jerk, but I get her. She was having a rough time. At least she told me so. I mean, she was kind of friendly. I don't know, maybe she isn't as bad as you say. Also, she's dead. So show some respect. You don't know her, nor should you bother getting to know her. Yeah, I mean, she's dead, how could I now? How much do you really know about Anna? Is it your job to go knocking on people's doors just because you heard some rumors? That's rude to ask. Yeah, I was just trying to help. Really? It sounds like all you did was harass her, without proof of any actual wrongdoing. That's not a particularly good idea. Why is my character being so rude with these questions? I mean, it sounds like I am attacking Remy. I don't like it. Well, if that's what you think, then I just hope you at least be careful around her. She's dead. What is she gonna do now? Become a zombie? Soon both of our plates were picked clean. I guess I judged your portion correctly. Unless you want more? I'm good, thanks. That was an interesting steak. What kind of meat was that? Yeah, I'm actually curious about that. Those were aurochs? Those were auroch steaks. Are you familiar with that animal? Never heard of it. I may have heard of aurochsen before. They are rather large bovine mammals characterized by their horns and body shape. Oh, so you mean a cow? We got a range of products from them, from meat and milk to sub-products like butter and cheese, in addition to leather, felt, oils, and creams. We even use their horns and bones for a variety of things. That sounds similar to an animal we have back at home. Speaking of unfamiliar creatures, why don't you tell me more about your species? Are you referring to me or all of us? Our society is comprised of a number of different species, which you have probably noticed by now. I guess all of you. Let's start with the basics. I'm sure you're aware, but unlike the mammalian aurochs, we are reptiles. Though this makes me wonder about you. Based on your fur, I'd guess that you are a mammal, but you're very different from other mammals we know. Yeah, you know, we humans, we have this weird distribution of fur. I suppose you could call it that. I mean, we do in Portuguese anyway. So yeah, we do have this weird distribution of fur. We are mostly furless except for the head. For most of us anyway, and we have these little tiny hairs on the bare skin, and we need to wear clothes, otherwise we're gonna freeze in the winter. Anyway, humans are weird. In the same vein, you don't share many characteristics with our reptiles back home. And by the way, we don't have fur, but hair. Yeah, that is kind of arguable. Like I said, I mean, this is a more language-based thing, really. In English, you do not say like what you have on your arm, for example. You do not call that a fur. That's hair, you know, body hair. But in Portuguese, here in Brazil, we don't actually make this kind of separation. Like, I don't pick a hair from my arm and say fio de cabelo, which translated into English would be a string of hair. No, in Portuguese we actually call these fur, but not as in animal fur. You know, it's just that in Portuguese the word we use for this is pelo, P-E-L-O, and that is also the same word that we use to describe the fur on animals. So, like for example, cat fur, we use the word pelo, so it would be like pelo de gato. So you know, cat fur, and basically the same word for humans as well to describe the skin hair we have, and hair obviously is hair. So yeah, languages are interesting. What's the difference? I don't know. I mean, I did just describe it technically, kind of, but not really, sort of. Fur has a set length, whereas hair will keep growing. Is that so? Fur is more dense than hair. Well, I suppose. Or maybe not. Well, not really. There is none. Now, this is conflicting a bit in my brain right now, because, well, basically because of what I just said. The description of fur and hair in Portuguese and English is kind of conflicting in my brain right now, and I don't know which one to go with exactly. But let's say that fur has a set length, whereas hair will keep growing. Fur has a set length, it will grow, whereas hair will keep growing, so we regularly cut it. Is that so? Interesting. I was wondering something. Are you all wearing those coverings to make up for a lack of hair? That is one of the reasons. I suppose that's one reason why humans wear clothes. They also provide warmth and protection, and are used to differentiate us from one another. Sometimes uniforms are used sometimes uniforms are used as identification. Other times, clothes are just ornamental. What a person wears can tell us something about the person itself. That sounds complicated. Yeah, we humans are weird like that. That sounds complicated. We also have uniforms and wear some things for ornamental reasons, though our uses aren't quite as extensive. That brings up an interesting question. Are you endo or exothermic? We produce our own heat. I mean, they're dragons. That is unusual. Where I come from, all reptiles are exothermic, unless you count birds as reptiles, I guess. Because of that theory that birds are actually evolved from dinosaurs. I find that theory to be very silly. But what do I know about science? But none of your reptiles are sentient, correct? Maybe it has something to do with our different brain structures. Maybe. Now that you've been in our world for a while, how do you like it here? I like the people. I like the landscape. Actually, I like both. I really like the landscape. The place is very pretty, but the people is also very nice. I feel like he's going to enjoy more if I like. I mean, if I say I like the people, he's gonna feel more like, you know, honored, I guess. Let's say the people. That is good to hear. Cultural differences can make things very difficult sometimes, even within the same species. I'm glad things are working out for you so far. Oh, I just remembered. I was able to save my game after all. Your interference was only a minor setback. Right, I accidentally crashed his computer back at the library on part 2. Whoops. Okay, glad to hear it. Good job, Remy. You're awesome! That's a bit of exaggeration here. I mean, not saying he's not awesome, but that's an odd answer. Let's go with glad to hear it. I was quite relieved when I found out. You know, if that hadn't worked out so well, I would have had to consider making you play up to that point again for me. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind playing some of your video games. Is that so? Yeah, they're fun. I'd like to see what kinds of games you have here. I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps I can show you sometime. You know, I'm glad you're here. Since you arrived in our world, we haven't really had the chance to just sit down and talk. I agree. I didn't know you wanted to chat. I am usually not a sit down and talk kind of person. In real life, I actually am this third option here. I agree. I didn't know you wanted to chat. I suppose both answers are valid, right? I'll just agree. I agree. It's been a busy time for me, as you can imagine. Oh, I just remembered. Remy, he was assigned to be my what? Not guardian. Ambassador? Oh shoot, I can't remember. But the point is, he was the one who was sent to receive me when I arrived. I mean, yeah. Oh, of course. Thanks for taking the time to pay me a visit. I always have so many things to take care of that it's hard for me to find the time to do something simple like this. At least it worked out this time. So, yeah, you do have a point though. I don't really know that much about you. I know where you work, but most of our conversations so far have revolved around things other than you. Let me start this sentence over. I know where you work, but most of our conversations so far have revolved around things other than you and me. Why don't you tell me more about yourself? I don't really like talking about myself. Why not? I guess I want to know what to say. I'm not really that interesting. I don't believe you. There is also the uncertainty of not knowing how another person will react to something I say. I don't want to embarrass myself. Hey, at least you told me that. That's something. I suppose. Anyway, now that you've seen my apartment, I wonder what your home on the other side of the portal looks like. It's nothing special. Yours is prettier. Actually, everything here looks nice in comparison to back home. Is that so? In some ways, I'm not really looking forward to returning, but it's not like I have a choice in the matter. I suppose you could always visit if you wanted to. It wouldn't be that easy, I'm afraid. There was an extensive process involved for selecting who would go through the portal, and I was only one of the many applicants. I'm still surprised that I ended up being chosen. At least you're here now. Indeed. So, what have you been up to since the last time I saw you? You mean since I went into the kitchen to cook the steaks? Is that supposed to be a joke? Very funny. Yes, that's what I meant. I'm just gonna say very funny. I'm just messing with you, Slurp. With all the talking, I totally forgot about dessert. You don't have to bother. I'm on a diet. If I go on a diet myself in real life, if I lose any more weight, I'm gonna disappear. Yeah, I am that skinny. Would it happen to be a cream pie with cherry on top? I'm up for some dessert. Then I have just the right thing for you. I'll be just a minute. He neatly stacked our dishes before he took them into one of his forepaws and went back into the kitchen using his other 3 limbs. I couldn't help but think that it looked pretty awkward. Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen like a cat, for example, walking on three legs? It's not elegant, and cats are really elegant creatures. When he returned, balancing a plate with a rather attractive cake slice in a similar manner, I realized he would have to make multiple trips to carry everything to the table. Wait, ask him if he needs help. Help him. I'm gonna go ahead and help him. As soon as I stood up and moved towards him, he made a strange face and spoke up. No. Sit down, please. I can handle it. You're my guest, after all. Not wanting to upset him, I sat down again and waited. Once he placed the first cake off slice on the table, he went back to fetch the other. When he approached the table a second time, though, one of the tiny dessert forks started to slip off the table. I'm gonna drink water. Once he placed the first cake slice on the table, he went back to fetch the other. When he approached the table a second time, though, one of the tiny dessert forks started to slip off of the table. Remy reached with his free forepaw in his attempt to save it, but lost balance without its support and fell over. Ooh, something broke. In an instant, the plate, fork, and cake slice flew through the air. The dish and silverware clattered as the pristine cake crumbled into a sad heap on the floor. Oh! Oh, poor Remy. For a few moments there was silence as Remy and I looked at the result of his blunder. I'm sorry, Slurp. Slurp, not Slurp. You don't need to apologize. That's fine, I'll just eat your slice instead. No, I didn't really want dessert anyway. Oh, poor guy. Now you don't need to apologize. This isn't just about you and your cake. This always happens to me, no matter how hard I try. You have proper hands, so do some of the other species. How can someone like me even be a librarian? Not a day goes by without me dropping a scroll or an unfurling it across the room. But the customers don't care, or pity me too much to say anything. It's a common sight for them, after all. This is about a mirror, isn't it? I guess it is. I just don't see why someone like me got to be a librarian when there were others more qualified for the position, or who were at least capable of not dropping the inventory on a daily basis. She makes fun of it. She makes fun of you for it. I knew it. I mean, why else would she have me do these tasks all the time? sorting books, carrying things from one place to another. I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't work somewhere where my worth is only in the entertainment I provide. Why don't you look for a new job? These positions have terms similar to those of ministers. If I ended my employment prematurely, it wouldn't look great. How long do you have left? A while. You should resign. Consequences can be damned. Can't you report her to a superior or something? You just have to endure it. Now let's suggest that he reports her. Not really. It's not like I could prove anything. Her public and her private demeanor are two very different things, and it would be my word against hers. I just wanted to have a nice evening with you, and now it ended up like this. I shouldn't have brought that up. Don't worry about it. I still think it was a nice evening. Maybe I should stop being such a sourpuss then. I can help you clean up. Thank you, Slurp. Yeah, I would offer to help as well. We cleaned up together, and by the end he seemed to be in higher spirits. Afterwards, we said our goodbyes and I left, not sure what to think. Looks like I have some free time today. I was told to check the status every now and then. Remy's status good. I have no idea what these mean. I forgot the name of these guys here. Neutral, good. Anna, dead. Okay, I guess. I have no idea what these are supposed to be like for. Anyway, that was Remy. Let's talk to Lorem. I think Lorem is this one. Yeah, I think, or is it this one? No. This one is male. He's a dragon. This one is a dragoness. So yeah, I think it's her. Let's talk to her. Yay, it was her. I went to the bar Lorem had suggested as our meeting place. When I looked around, I saw oh yeah, she did invite me to come over for a coffee or something. I went to the bar Lorem suggested. When I looked around, I saw Bryce sitting at a table, talking to someone I couldn't see. I lingered on him for a second, but soon spotted Lorem in the corner of my eye. There you are! Okay, that is not who I thought it was. There you are! Hey, Lorem. It's good to see you. I thought you might not show up. Am I late? Not at all. I got here early. I'm kind of surprised you wanted to meet me here. Don't take this the wrong way, but are you even old enough to drink? What are you talking about? Oh, I see. I can assure you, I am a fully grown adult. My species doesn't get much bigger than this. Speaking of which, are you fully grown yet? How big do humans usually get, and how do you stack up comparatively speaking? Oh, and would you mind if I took some notes? I remember now. Lorem is a reporter. Lorem's a reporter. So yeah, wait, Lorem is not female, Lorem is male. He is a reporter, and he wanted to ask me to have me on an interview of sorts, I think, something like that. I don't know, I can't remember. Before we get to that, you haven't even told me yet what exactly this is all for. Are you sure you're not a reporter? Wait, didn't I just say he was a reporter? I'm lost. If I was, Sebastian wouldn't have let me meet you in the first place. And I thought the uniform was just a clever disguise. It's real though. Sebastian knows I work for the local post office. Excuse me, but this still doesn't really tell me anything about why I'm here. You're a postman who wants to interview me for what exactly? Sorry, I guess I got ahead of myself here. Maybe a full introduction is in order. And after that, you can still decide whether you want to go through with this or not. Sounds good to me. Sure, go ahead. I already regret coming here. Nah, sounds good to me. I recently graduated college with a degree in computing and moved in here with a good friend of mine. This town doesn't exactly offer the best opportunities to put my degree to good use, though. Then why move here in the first place? Leaving the city can be very expensive. I always move later. I always move later when I get a job there. Wait, sorry, what? I always move. Let me read this without the voice. I can always move later when I get a job there. I've got other plans right now, though. Okay, so leaving the city can be very expensive. I can always move later when I get a job. Alright. I'm working on a video game. That sounds fun. That's what this is all about? A video game? That's rude. Oh, you said this was going to be about something serious. A video game? Sounds interesting. Exactly. Video games and computers are just starting to catch on in places like this town. Making good content will be very important to give a good first impression. And humans have always been a part of our media, books, movies, and now games. With you on our side, this could be an amazing opportunity. Well, maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Why? You're right about that. I can't help but feel a little deceived by this. I mean, kinda, but no, I'm gonna go with why. I don't know. You don't seem so thrilled about doing this anymore. Besides, your job must be really stressful, and you're probably already in the spotlight all the time. And now to top it all off, you get some postman harassing you for an interview. If you wanted to leave, I'd get that. I'll stay. Well, I'm already here and have nothing else to do, so let's make the most of this. Yes, thank you. At least I won't have to be so careful now. With a reporter, I'd have to worry about things being misinterpreted or being taken out of context. You should still be careful. What you tell me now will influence how your entire species will be represented in my game. Don't worry though, I'll treat this delicate matter with the required finesse. Don't get ahead of yourself. We haven't even started yet. I'm sure of it. Okay. I'll just go with okay. Okay. How should we do this? Let me think. Why do you want to make this game in the first place? I've always wanted to make a video game. I've had this idea for a while, and it seems now it is the right time to do it. It's almost as if you arrived at the perfect moment. I don't know. Don't you think my visit will overshadow your efforts? People may not be so interested in playing a game about humans anymore if they had a real one show up. Good point. But the vast majority won't get to meet you personally anyway. If I say I did and model the humans in the game after a year, people will flock to it to get a similar experience. Does that mean I'm going to be your game's mascot? That sounds cute for some reason. So now I'm a part of your viral marketing campaign. Great! As long as it's based on the truth, you have my support. I feel like this would be the more appropriate answer for this, out of these choices, but I'm tempted to go with the first one. Does that mean I'm going to be your game's mascot? Let's go with this one. Awesome! Okay, but why focus on humans? What makes us so important? If there's one thing that people here love, it's humans. And it doesn't matter if they just see them in the media or believe them as mythical creatures. For me, humans were always real. Yeah, we are. I'm here. For me, humans were always real. I didn't just know whether I'd ever get a chance to meet one myself. I guess I can cross that one off the bucket list. Now that we are here, I can tell you that no expense will be spared to make our portrayal of humans as accurate as possible. You certainly seem passionate enough about this. Those are some messed up priorities. I'm with you on this. Now I'm gonna say that he seems very passionate about this. For a good reason. I just love humans. If you say it like that, it actually ends up sounding pretty weird. Yeah, I mean, I would feel a bit weirded out about myself if dragons were real and one told me, "Hey, I really like humans," and me as a human hearing that, I would be like, "Okay, I don't know how to feel about that." Weird. Then again, I suppose it could kind of feel weird for a dragon if a human told them, "Hey, I really like dragons." Yeah, I think the feeling might be interchangeable. Let me drink some water before I read this next part. Besides, what if I turned out to be a horrible person? What would you think about humans then? It wouldn't change anything, because I wouldn't base my opinion on an entire species on interactions with a single individual. This guy is smart. This guy is smart. He does not judge a book by its cover. I like him. Then what is your current opinion of us based on? Just the myths we have and the previous portrayals of humans in our media. But I suppose that's why I'm here talking with you right now. I want the truth, and all of it. Telling you all of it might not be such a good idea. Oh yeah, I guess that would take a lot more time than we have today. Well, actually, it's not really about the time, it's just the humans are generally not that very good. we are fighting way too much. Anyway, what's the actual game about? What do you do? It's a community simulation game. It all starts with a player character moving into the procedurally generated community, which is inhabited by all kinds of mythical creatures, humans included. Mythical creatures like humans. Not only are the towns you move into unique, but the inhabitants are too. There are a variety of traits that get randomized, both in looks and personality. Hey Riptane, welcome to the stream and thank you for joining. Happy Friday! And Saturday, actually. I believe it is Saturday for you. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. There are many things you can do, but it's very open-ended, and you can live your life there however you want to. Sounds boring. That sounds interesting. That sounds like my kind of game. Now I'm gonna go with that sounds interesting because I don't know why. It is. At least I hope others feel the same way about it. What other mythical creatures are there besides humans? Well, I hope you're doing well besides being tired, Riptane. At least that. I haven't worked that out yet, but humans alone give us a lot of material to work with. How so? The question of the mythical human can be tackled in a variety of ways. There are many different interpretations of what humans are like. For example, in general, the mythical human can be divided into three categories. Firstly, the human as a physical creature. Secondly, the human as a non-physical entity. And thirdly, the human as a spiritual being. Let's start with the physical aspects. Sure, since one of our myths tells us that the human who created us eventually turned into a dragon, there is a lot of room for interpretation as to how similar humans actually are to dragons. So that's the general myth that these dragons have about humans? That a human created the dragons and then that a human himself became a dragon? What? That's weird. I can see you don't have wings, but most of us are able to create fire in some way, or at least have a breath weapon. How about you? I don't have a breath weapon, unless you count my morning breath. I was thinking just that. I can rub two sticks together to make fire. Does that count? Of course, I can move things with my mind. No, that's not a thing. I'm gonna go with this. I can rub two sticks together to make fire. Does that count? Me human. Me make fire. With stick. Ooga ooga. Not really. Having hands that are dexterous enough to do that is remarkable, though. It is a bit strange, though, because our myths also say that you gave that ability to us. Interesting. Maybe it's meant to be taken literally, meaning that when that ability was given to us, you lost it. That's an interesting interpretation. Or maybe we never had it in the first place. Humans are known to have created a lot of things out of nothing. After all, we only needed to discover how to create and use fire, because we didn't have a natural ability to do so. Wait. What was that again? Sorry? Wait, how do I go back? Ah, there we go. Humans are known to have created a lot of things out of nothing. After all, we only needed to discover how to create and use fire because we didn't have a natural ability to do so. Ah, okay, right. I read this wrong. We have a proverb that sums this up pretty well. What is it? Necessity is the mother of invention. So, a lack of natural abilities drove innovation forward. What an interesting thought. Here's another thing. You may have many different images of humans, but in the end, only one can be right. It is also possible that what you're being led to believe about humans doesn't actually refer to us at all. Are you implying that you aren't human? No, I'm just saying that if you really have... No, I'm just saying that if you really had been in contact with humans before, as your myths imply, they would need to belong to the same species as me, and thus be very similar to myself. If they aren't, then either they weren't humans at all, or they have very different origins. So you say there is a possibility that our humans and your humans may be something different altogether. I suppose you are right in the way that our images of humans are very inconsistent. They certainly can't be all humans. Oh my god. Why can't I just get through a sentence without stuttering and messing up the reading? They certainly can't all be humans in the way that we would refer to a single species. The name should probably be reserved for yours. And we haven't even touched on the other two categories of humans. What did you call them again? Non-physical human entities and spiritual humans. What's the difference? Honestly, the definitions get a bit muddled here. Going by conventional belief, a ghost could be a human who has died and thus changed into a different form. We would call this a spiritual human. Oh, so you mean like the ghost of a dead human, also known as a lost soul. Which technically is also spiritual human, I guess. An angel, on the other hand, would be classified as as a non-physical entity. What do you know about angels? Angels basically look like humans with wings. Their existence in ancient script was used to lend some credence to the theories about humans having become dragons. Because of the wings? Exactly. But some of your dragon species don't have wings either. Yes, as I said, once you start delving into that kind of stuff, it all becomes very convoluted. When we met, you also told me something about a four-headed human. Oh God. Right. With that, we'd go into the realm of creatures that just don't make much sense at all. Having four heads just seems unlikely from an evolutionary perspective. That might not really matter if we were talking about a non-physical entity or a spiritual being, though. So in the end, you have a lot of different ideas whose only connection to each other is that you use the word human to describe them in some way. And they share at least some basic characteristics. You fit those as well, by the way. What are they? Lawrence Route do have a lot of reading, but it's pretty interesting. Yeah, he's a very talkative fella. You certainly are not a reptile like us, but you don't look like a conventional mammal either. Excuse me? Oh, I suppose he's referring to like cows, you know, whatever other mammals they have around here. We're mammals, though. Yes, but you are so different from other mammals we know that ultimately, you are quite unique. We don't know any other sentient mammals. You've got a point there, I'll give you that. Strangely enough, we have plenty of human-like creatures in our mythologies as well. Oh, do tell! You already mentioned ghosts, but some other ones include dwarves, giants, fairies, and blimius. What the hell are these things? I mean, I know what dwarves and giants are. Fairies, if that's fairies, that's a strange spelling that I have never seen before, but blimius? I'm gonna Google this one up. Hold on a second. Excuse me for a moment. Wait. I am going to go on the other PC here. I'm gonna press this button. Wait, this didn't work. Come on, do something. That isn't working. Oh, I think the Stream Deck thing that I have here is not functioning for some reason. Let me check that real quick, guys. Hold on. Oh, I am an idiot. I was pressing the wrong button. Of course it was not gonna work. Of course. Anyway, let's put this here on the screen for a second. What are blimius? Let's see. Let's check that on Google. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the hell is that thing? Let's check a brief description. The term blimius is a denominator employed by Greeks, Romans, and possibly Egyptians to denote Eastern Desert people who appeared in written sources from the 7th century BC until the 8th century AD. By the late 4th century, they had occupied Lower Nubla, and established a kingdom. Blimius, headless man. Ugh, that's weird. Ugh. Okay, now I know what that thing is. I have seen that thing before. I mean, pictures of that thing. Not the thing. Just didn't know it was called that. Your animation goes, okay, and blammies. I think I've heard most of these before, but what are blammies? I know, right? I actually just had to Google it up myself. Essentially, a blemius is, I don't know if I pronounced this correctly. Blemius is a human without a head. A human without a head? How does that work? How do they eat? Instead of a head, they just have all their facial features on their chest. That's a rather weird mental image. I mean, yeah, it is. It kind of is. There are also a lot of half creatures that share some characteristics with humans and other animals. Like mere humans? Sure. Lastly, there are creatures that are said to be able to shapeshift into human form. Strangely enough, some of our dragon myths said that they could shapeshift. Strangely enough, some of our dragon myths said that they could shapeshift into humans, or that certain countries' royalty are descended from dragons. That's a cool story, actually. That would imply that they are genetically compatible with humans. I guess, apparently, sounds gross. I mean, genetically compatible. If you decide to jump into that rabbit hole and go into the ramifications of genetics, I suppose, and how genetics is composed and how genetics, let's say, replicates, and yes, gross and weird, but I don't know, let's go with, I guess. Sounds rather outlandish if you ask me. We certainly can't shapeshift like that. I suppose that's why they're just myths. Are you sure? I mean, I'm pretty sure you will be sure. Right, to be fair, we do have a lot of myths that seem quite out there as well, compared to what you like. Anyway, how come you know so much about myths? How come you know so much about myths? All part of being an ambassador. Not only did I learn about dragon myths in order to compare them to what you like, but I also studied myths about creatures that are similar to humans so I could find how similar they were to yours. Well, you're doing an excellent job so far, and it's bound to help me a lot with my game as well. You're going to put all that into the game? Let's just say it gives me some excellent material to work with. I thought you wanted to give an accurate portrayal of humans, not just collect myths. One species will certainly be modeled after you, but that doesn't mean we can introduce some variety with the others. Fair point. People will love, I mean, there are games like World of Warcraft where you have dwarves and you have elves. There are humans as well, in appearance at least. So yeah, fair game. People will love it if we also bring some of the more unusual myths to life. I see. But since we also want each of the normal human characters to be unique, I'd like to know how much variety there really is within your species. I've seen Reza before, so comparing him to you actually gives me a bit of an idea. But how far do these differences go exactly? Oh, they range very wildly, you would not believe it. When we arrived here, you asked me if I was old enough to drink. That leads me to believe that your average human must be a lot taller. That's true. You could say Reza would be about the average for an adult. Not that it would be impossible to get a good deal bigger than him or even smaller than you, but those cases are rather rare and usually the result of medical conditions. I see. What about colors? Are there any humans who are blue like me? Not really. There is a certain spectrum of skin colors that can be lighter or darker, but so far I've seen a lot more variety in the dragons here. We do have quite a number of different eye colors though. Interesting. As for things that aren't immediately visible, we also have different blood types, but I assume you know about that. We certainly have those as well. Some people even believe your blood type influences your personality. That, on the other hand, is news to me. Anything else you want to know? Phew! We already got so much. I'll have to think if and how we can work all of this into the game. Have you worked on any other games before? I worked on a few small projects during the course of my studies, and I also interned at a studio before. This is on a completely different level though. How so? It's my game, so I'm the one calling the shots here. It's a very different thing than just making a few graphics when you're part of a bigger team for sure. I see. How long exactly have you been working on this? Whew, must be several months now. I've got everything planned out and a lot of the groundwork has already been done. The most difficult things are the characters themselves and to make sure all of the details are accurate. Of course. Have you shown the game to other people yet? Is that game that what's his face again? Remy was playing, and he was afraid that I lost his save. Did Lauren work on that game? Maybe. I wonder, or maybe was that like a demo? I wonder. Sure. Feedback is very important. It's a very important part of the development process. So I regularly will gather ideas and opinions from others. I even made a website to do this. And what do they say? All kinds of things, really. Sometimes it's hard to decide which ones have a good point and which can be disregarded. Overall, it seems there are many people who are looking forward to play my game, though. How many are we talking about? I don't know exactly. The counter on my website only tracks the number of visits, so I don't actually know how many different people are there. What if it doesn't work out? Don't be so pessimistic, Slurp. What do you mean? Well, you're investing a certain amount of time and money into making this game. He didn't say he was investing money into making this game. Ideally, you would make back your investment and hopefully get some profit on top of that. If the goal is to make money, sure. However, I just wanted to try my hand at doing something like this. If people are going to enjoy the end result, that's great. Don't forget that I also have made something that I can put on my resume, and at the very least, it would have been a good learning experience. He has good spirits. I like this guy. With that attitude, I suppose you really don't have anything to lose. I can always look for another job, and maybe I'll end up working at a game studio, but I think once I've started doing something like that, I might not get this opportunity again. So it's now or never, huh? In a nutshell, yes. And that works out with your career job? Sure, I can support myself. Wait, let me read that again. And that all works out with your career job? Sure, I can support myself this way, and am really not under any pressure since I don't have any deadlines to Sure, I can support myself this way, and I am not really under any pressure since I don't have any deadlines to keep. Seems like you know what you're doing. Deadlines are a good way to ensure something gets done, though. Well, yes, but also no. It's a bit, I don't know. It's a bit out there, I suppose. The jury's a bit out there still. Seems like you know what you're doing. I'd like to think so. What kind of tools are you using to make it? If I consider what some of your species look like, I'm having a hard time imagining how the bigger ones could program a game. While we do have devices tailored to each individual species, I can't deny that my dexterous hands make it a lot easier compared to some of the others. One downside is that I have to keep my nails short, or else using the keyboard gets a bit cumbersome. I know, right? I actually get really flustered when I try to type and my nails are getting a little big, because you hit a key and the first thing that hits the key is the nail, and then the nail just slips and slides, and it's annoying. I don't know how women can use keyboards with those big nails. Nothing against them, don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm getting at. It's just that I really do not understand how anyone with big nails can handle typing on a keyboard. It's impossible. Let me drink some water, my mouth is getting a little dry. I imagine you'd have to be excuse me. I imagine you'd have to be careful with those while working as a courier anyway. You're right about that. One wrong move and you suddenly shredded one letter and you just... What? One wrong move and you suddenly shredded the letter you were just going to hand to someone. That sounds unpleasant. You should be more careful. No, that sounds unpleasant. Luckily, that kind of thing doesn't really happen to me anymore. It means it happened before. Not only because of the short nails, but once you've worked there for a while, you just learn to be more careful. It's a bit sad to not have them as a natural ladder opener anymore though. And it's not just for me. Some people ask me to open their ladders for them, since doing that on their own can be difficult for some of the less dexterous and older ones. Have you been working as a courier for long? I just got this job a few months ago, but I had a part-time summer job at the post office when I was growing up. My species is perfectly suited for the job, so they were glad to have me on board. I can see why. Well, yeah, I suppose I can see why, but I'm gonna ask, why is that? Of course, being able to fly is a big plus. My size means I can't deliver any big packages, but I often get assigned to urgent letters that have to be delivered as soon as possible. It's getting late. I should be going. Maybe we should leave it at that for today. Yeah, I should probably head back to my apartment before it gets too dark. I got more than enough material to work with. Thanks a lot. Excuse me? Don't worry about it. I'll just consider it a public service. Honestly, I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity, especially after nearly getting denied by Sebastian when I met you. Just make the best of it. I certainly will. I really have to get going now, so maybe I'll see you some other time. Sure, have a good night. Take care. He's nice. Oh! Stuff is gonna happen. No, wait, lost, but that card freaks me out. Well, I saw a card with Maverick there, labeled lost. Don't tell me they are gonna kill Maverick. The heck is that thing over there? I awoke with my eyes fixed on the ceiling wallpaper. A sense of dread lingered from a nightmare I no longer remembered. Probably Anna. How many more times would I see this apartment before I return to my own world? Or before something happened to me? Please tell me they are not gonna kill Maverick. He's so far one of my favorite characters. Him, Bryce, Lauren now. Rem is pretty fun. I got ready for the day and tried to shake off those thoughts. Who's there? Oh, hello, Sebastian. Hey, what was the voice I gave him? Hey, Slurp. And right on the minute, you show up at this time every day like clockwork. Clocks are reliable, and reliability is good in this line of work. I've got something for you. Please tell me it's not bad news. An envelope from the facility. Oh, these are the results from the tests Anna ran on my blood. She must have sent this before she was... No, it's no use thinking about that now. Maybe the test results will be able to help us. Let's see. Remarkable similarities in genetic makeup, partially the brain structure... Wait, what's it? Ah, he cleared his throat. Oh, I suppose this isn't the only reason you're here. The chief will explain everything once we get there. Let's not keep him waiting, shall we? That's a nice house. This is pretty. We arrived at a place that would look like an ordinary house, had it not been for its extraordinary size. It reminded me more of a hostel than a family home. I don't like the music that is playing right now. Not after the card that I saw. Chief? What was Bryce's voice? There you are. Wait, weren't you supposed to be with Amara? Luckily, she doesn't work every day of the week. I see. Anyway, we're nearly done here, so I'll keep it short. Rezabel broke into the hatchery. There is another murder victim, an employee of the hatchery who was on night duty. Her body was found. Thank God it's on my brick. Her body was found quite away from here. There's evidence of a struggle, but she covered a lot of distance before it was ultimately over. Loud bangs were heard from the area her body was found, and she has numerous wounds consistent with both the wounds of the previous victims and that other weapon he has. By this point, news of another corpse didn't have the same impact anymore. She was just another one of Rez's faceless victims. A hatchery? Is that what this building is? Well, not only. It's a council-owned building, and they like keeping everything related to their sector under the same roof. So besides the hatchery, there's also an orphanage and a family clinic inside. That's a lot of stuff. And a family clinic inside. There are also offices related to the administration of those services. That reminds me of the production facility. It should. They have a similar management structure. Can we get back to the case? Sorry for the interruption, Chief. Wait a minute. If an orphanage is in here too... There are no other casualties, but Reza got something else when he broke in. A generator, as well as a few eggs. Oh, so we are talking kidnapping now as well. Luckily, the power was restored before anything happened to all the other eggs left inside. But needless to say, the parents of the stolen eggs are not going to be happy. Why would he steal eggs in the first place? Maybe you can tell us. That's why you're here after all. I don't know. I have no idea what he would even do with them. Maybe he wants to use them as a bargaining chip. After all, he still has to make his escape, and the portal is still broken. Do you think he wants to exchange them for safe passage through the portal? Maybe. It's still broken though, so I'm not sure if that would be much help. Maybe he has the part needed to repair it, and now has everything he needs to escape. He could trade the eggs for safe passage, fix the portal, and leave. That's not the only possibility. He may not be the one who broke the portal. Maybe he thinks you've intentionally sabotaged it. Maybe he thinks you've intentionally sabotaged it so he can't leave, and he feels he needs the eggs as bargaining chip to get you to repair it. If he just wanted to leave, I feel like he could have done that already. It doesn't even matter who sabotaged the portal.
We only know that Rez's actions are becoming more and more desperate. He kidnapped defenseless eggs and even used the human weapon. Something's clearly going on with him. Maybe it means that he will sleep up soon. But who knows? Maybe he already has. In any case, we're done here. Let's head back to the department and decide what to do next. Hopefully some of the test results will tell us something.
This chapter is the worst. Oh my god, no! I saw... On the transition, I saw a card with a dead Maverick there saying lost. Don't tell me they are actually gonna kill Maverick. Come on, that was such a cool character. And I liked doing his voice. And also, I want to know what his own investigation, how that investigation was going. After a brief walk, we were in Bryce's office again. Initial test results had already come in, but didn't reveal any insightful or new information. So, what do we do? What do we do now? What do we do now? Go over the timeline again?
Not yet. There are a few things I'd like to take care of first.
What do you have in mind? Suddenly there was a knock on the door.
That was quite the knock. Come in.
Hey, Mav! Okay, he's fine for now anyway.
Maverick, what are you doing here?
What was the voice I gave him? It was kind of more elderly and kind of grumpy. Let me see if I can do it. Sorry, I'm clear my throat to try and do the voice.
Chief.
No. Wait, was I giving Bryce? Was I just giving Bryce Maverick's voice? Was I?
Chief, can I talk to you? Alone? We're quite busy here, Maverick. What is this about?
Reza.
Well, you're looking at the Reza task force, so if you have anything to say, you can say it in front of all of us.
I see.
I think I know where Reza is. You know where Reza is at this very moment?
I have good reason to believe that I have located his hideout. He could still be there, or might have already moved on.
Damn, Maverick. Tell me everything.
I've been tracking him for a while now. When he was at the portal a few days ago, I nearly got him and managed to follow him for a while before I lost him. Based on that, where he's been and where his victims have been found, I could triangulate his whereabouts. He has to live somewhere, right? He needs a base to hide the generators and everything he has stolen. I'm not sure when it changes, but check the status sometime soon. Okay. Bryce cleared the clutter on the table and smoothed out a map of the town on its surface. It already had a few locations related to the case marked on it.
Show it to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am giving Bryce Maverick's voice. I feel like I am. Prior victims were found here and here. Today's was here. She was following him, likely because she wanted to save the eggs he stole. This is the path he took from the portal when I followed him a few days ago. So we have established this as the area of operation. Extrapolated, and we can narrow it down to this. Now, where could he be hiding this area? He is certainly not within the village borders. So, unless he's decided to live in the wilderness or in a hole in the ground, the only option is here.
The abandoned farm. When did you figure all of this out?
Just a few minutes ago. When it did, I immediately came here.
Damn it, Maverick. This might be it. Should we send an observation team? As if we had one to spare.
Heck, we're going there right now. What about you, Maverick? I'm still on sick leave, remember? Besides, if I saw Reza right now, I'd probably do something I shouldn't.
What about you, Slurp? Isn't this going to be dangerous? Reza probably won't harm you, as you're the only one he could possibly consider an ally. Good point. If anything, with you there, we might be able to convince him to give up. Or we could act like we intended to trade you for the eggs, if he tries to use them as a bargaining chip. You're not really going to use me as a ransom, right? We'll see about that. I suppose if it's necessary, I'll have to play along. I've got your back. If there's one thing we could do to make this whole situation even worse... if there's one thing we could do to make this whole situation even worse, it would be messing up with you. We have the element of surprise if we walk into his base right now, but we risk Reza lashing out with his weapon. If we want to resolve this peacefully, observation is probably the way to go. I guess we won't need Sleep there for that, though. True enough. Alright, Sleep. You stay here and wait for further instructions. We may need you at a moment's notice. Don't do anything without us telling you to, understand? Okay? Alright then. Let's go, Sebastian. After you, Chief. And Maverick. Good job. Thanks, Chief. Shortly after they vanished, Maverick also turned to leave. Bye! Then I had to wait. Bryce and Sebastian were observing the farm now, and if anything new happened, I would be the first to know. I spent some time looking around Bryce's office, studying all the material he had gathered about the case, though there wasn't any information that I didn't already know. After a few hours, the telephone in his office rang, and not sure whether the call was intended for me or Bryce, I picked up. Slurp?
Yes?
I think you'll need to come here. I'll give you the directions. No problem.
That's a nice farm.
There you are. Check the status.
Yeah, this is the car that I was talking about. I don't like it. I hate it. This one makes me really uncomfortable. And I don't like this one.
There you are.
So, what happened?
A whole lot of nothing. There was no movement to or from the building the time we've been watching.
I mean, you've only been there like a few minutes. Is that a tire on the roof? Why is there a wheel on the roof? Did it add at some point during this chapter, though? Oh god, I am afraid of what that might be, Mav.
He usually operates during the night, so maybe he's just asleep? In that case, it would be the best for us to go in before he has a chance to make his escape. Or maybe he's not even there anymore. He could have seen us and slipped away, no noticed, with plenty of time to destroy the evidence while we've been waiting here. You're right. Either he's still inside, or he's already gone and not coming back. Let's go in.
What should I do?
You're coming with me. Sebastian, you walk around and watch the back of the building, just in case he tries to escape.
I'm on it, Chief. He looks like a raptor.
So, we have two options here. The first is that you stay here and I go inside. This way, if Reza tries to flee and sees you, it might throw him off. You might be able to stop him, or if we go into a standoff, I can tell him you're here as well.
And the second?
You go in first and I follow you. This way, if we find him, maybe we can resolve things peacefully. You might be able to talk to him, and if it doesn't work out, you've got me and Sebastian nearby to stop him. I don't think he's planning to harm you on sight, and if we can hear things starting to go wrong, we might still be able to surprise him.
So either way, we take him by surprise. I just have the option of talking to him first.
I think you could pull it off. Maybe if you're there, he won't act as irrationally as he would if I was suddenly standing in front of him. I'm not going to force you if you don't want to do it, though.
I'll do it. I'll go in, No, you go in, I'll wait there. I'll wait here. No, I would do it. If he really is in there, assuming he's the murderer, which I kind of have a few doubts that he actually is, but regardless, whoever the murderer is, I do not want Bryce to get shot, nor do I want Sebastian to get shot for the matter. So I'll go in. I'll do it.
All right, let's go.
We slowly made our way to the front door. I took a deep breath and tried to prepare myself for the possibility of facing Reza. The tense scenarios and things I could say to him rushed through my head as I pressed down on the door handle. The door inched open with a creak, but I noticed a slight resistance and a strange sound that suddenly made me hesitate. Is that a trap? When I looked down at the source of the noise, I saw a taut wire through the gap in the door, hovering over the door of the entryway. That is a trap.
That was a pretty close claw. Close claw? That was a pretty close call, you know? Too bad Reza wasn't here after all.
Maybe he ran when he saw us approach.
Strange for him to leave everything behind, though. Everything he's stolen, all the generators are still here.
Oh, so the things are here. Do you think the trap was for us in particular?
Probably not. It was likely more of a general safety precaution. If he had any time to prepare for this, he would have taken this stuff with him.
Sure enough, I have no idea you could make a bomb out of a generator.
Oh, you have no idea what humans can do out of pretty much anything.
I mean, have you ever watched MacGyver? Well, there's a reference for you boomers out there. I say that as if I am that old. Come on, I'm not that old. I don't think I can even be considered old. I have just entered my 30s. Anyway.
Then you just haven't been with us long enough. If you know how, it's not even that complicated.
And Reza somehow figured it out.
Apparently so. Does he have any skills pertaining to engineering or electricity?
Well, he's worked on cars before and fixes a lot of things back home. I guess that would qualify. So the puzzle plus paperclip plus MacGyver rocket engine. I know, right? Exactly. I remember one episode where he made a soldering machine out of a paperclip, a coin, and a bubblegum wrap, and some electricity, obviously. Absurd stuff. Absurd stuff. He also could have done his own research.
Either way, this makes him even more dangerous. At least now we have a whole building of... Oh my god.
At least now we have... When I tried to make Bryce's voice, I actually positioned myself in a strange way in my chair, as well as my head. So I don't know, like I'm trying to curve my vocal cords in some way to make this voice, which I know is bad. It doesn't sound much different from my normal voice, but regardless, when I try to make his voice, I position myself weirdly, and I exhale a lot more air than I normally do when just talking normally, and that is kind of making me a little lightheaded, and also makes me go out of air a little quicker. Let me take a deep breath and drink some water. Okay, let me try again.
Either way, this makes him even more dangerous. At least we now have a whole building's worth of clues. Slip, can you go to your apartment from here? We'll be busy with the scene for a while.
No problem. I'll leave you to your work then.
Good job, Slurp. Thanks.
I wonder if I had chosen the option to have Bryce go first. I wonder if that would have triggered the bomb that was hooked to the trap, and if that would have killed him or at least injured him. I do not want to try that, but I do wonder, because I want to think that I made the right decision there in going first. I'm surprised you called me back so quickly. How's the investigation going?
Oh, the investigation is going swimmingly. But as you can expect, we need all the help we can get.
Well, then why tell me to leave?
As usual. With how this case has been going, we have realized we must employ external help.
Oh?
Yeah, we have requested assistance from the other cities. We hope they'll send some good investigators our way soon.
I see.
We were so close today. We could have been there. He could have been there, you know. Maybe we just came a few minutes too late. And if he knows how to make bombs from generators, who's to say he won't start using them elsewhere?
Wasn't he stealing didn't he... Wait, was this generator that he used to make this bomb, was it the same one that he stole from the research facility on the night that Anna was killed? Or was that another one? No, that was another one, wasn't it? Because I remember now, there was a segment underground. Wait, what? I don't know what I'm thinking. Oh no, this is where I hold my breath and hope you choose an option that's coming. Oh no! Don't put that much pressure on me, Maverick! I can't handle it! Okay. Wait. This wasn't here before, was it? I don't know. At least he doesn't have any right now, does he? You said all the generators that were stolen are now accounted for.
True. Still, this whole case is growing to be too much for a small town police department.
I hope you get all the help you need.
Me too. But right now, you can help us again.
Well, what do you have for me?
When we searched the building, we found more than the things Reza stole. We also found this bloody bandage.
Do you think that's his?
That's what we need to find out. But given that all we know, it probably is.
So he's wounded.
We know he was injured during the fight with his first victim. But whether this is from the same wound or something else, I'm not sure. In any case, you could bring it to the lab for us to find out more.
Sure.
Next, we have a witness who reported hearing loud bangs during the night.
I'm not going to comment on that.
We'd like to send someone to make a follow-up visit. You need to confirm the witness's statement, and then see if he has anything new to share. Also, now that we have reclaimed our PDAs, we are going to send one to the archives for analysis. Since they have experience with human artifacts, they're better suited to do it than any of our departments.
No problem.
And lastly, we have the eggs. It's a relief that we found them unharmed in the building. They're safe and ready to be sent back to the hatchery.
Shouldn't we take care of those first?
It's not as urgent as you might think. Our eggs are pretty resilient. Being the care of the hatchery is more an insurance than a requirement. Some people choose to keep them in their own home until they hatch, rather than having the hatchery take care of it. The hatchery has been notified, but they won't be able to send someone for a few hours. I've heard that they are already understaffed. If you bring the eggs and the paperwork to them, you'd speed up the process, but it's not an urgent matter.
I see.
In any case, I'll just leave everything here until I get to it. So feel free to do these tasks as you wish. I know it's laughable that we don't even have a free hand. I know it's laughable that we don't even have a free hand for simple errands. Don't worry about it. By the way, are you planning to attend the summer festival? Should I? It's hard to think about something fun when I'm wrapped up in this investigation. For sure, it's important to take a short rest so you don't lose your head. There's so much to see at the festival, particularly the big fireworks. Dragons enjoy fireworks too? I would think something like that would feel so commonplace, since many of you breathe fire. It's not quite the same. We still appreciate the wonder of colorful bursts in the sky. On the last day, there's always a big fireworks show. Everyone usually attends it. Everyone? Yes. It has a great tradition behind it. What peeves me the most is that I'll be on guard duty when it happens this year, so I probably won't be able to see a thing. I'll be sure not to miss it then. Anyways, I should get back to the investigation now. I'll leave the stuff for you here, and I'll take care of the rest once I get back, alright? Sure thing. Good luck, Syrup. You too. Take the bandage to the facility, visit the witness, take the PDA to the library, take the eggs to the hatchery. Let me try and apply logic. So whoever was in that house who supposedly left the bloody bandage, in theory, testing the DNA in that blood specifically, should tell us who the person who was in there actually is. If it is Reza, if it is not, if it is a ruse, I don't know. So, in regards to the investigation, I suppose that testing the blood would be a top priority. However, the strange noises in the night could indicate something important, also relevant to the investigation. So, talk to the witness would be important. Take the PDAs to the library, however. I mean, just to have them analyzed? What for? What's the point? And take the eggs to the hatchery. Sebastian said that it is not urgent that they are taken to their hatchery, but that if I do, it will speed up the whole process, which would be a good thing. And I am really afraid of what option to pick. I would not be so nervous if Maverick TD, my friend, had not said that things might go south on this part. The pressure. I swear, if they kill Bryce, Maverick, or even Remy, I'm gonna load the save. I'm gonna load the save. I know that's cheating, but I'm gonna do it. But anyway, that aside, regardless, let's think. What is going to happen if I just leave the eggs here? The eggs or the PDAs? I mean, would someone try to break in to take them again? The option I was dreading didn't show up, so it must be after these. It's been a while, lol. Mav, don't make me go. You're You're going to make me go nuts. Don't do that. uh, in any case, let's try and prioritize things. Like I was trying to draw logic out of it. We need to know who the murderer is. We need to know who was in that place. So let's first send the blood to be analyzed, because it should take some time for the results to come in. So yeah, let's do the bandage first. I hope this is the right place. I mean, yeah. This is where I had my own blood drawn for tests and where they killed Anna. Anyway. Knock, 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 knock! Ah, Damien. I remember I gave him a very cold voice. Uninterested, maybe kinda even annoyed. So I think I should probably get my brother to voice him. No, but seriously. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm just dropping this evidence. Off on behalf of the police. For the Reza case, right? I already read the memo. Yep. Well, here you go. Thanks. I'll get right to it. Thank you. He was actually nice. At least polite. Let's check with the witness. That's a nice living room. Why does this guy look like an OC from... I don't know. You know, I'm not gonna say. Never mind. Can I help you? You must be Ipsum, is that right? Sure. I'm working with the police and I hoped you could answer a few questions. He's an Eastern dragon. Because I responded to your call for witnesses about last night, right? Is that the voice I want to give him? Yes. Alright, what do you want to know? Can you tell me what happened? Sure. I was running an experiment in my home laboratory and waiting for it to finish. Around 2 a.m., I suddenly heard a few bangs outside. They reminded me of small explosions. Oh, it's voice right there. I am not good at making voices. I am sorry. I want to become good at making voices. And I apologize for hurting your eardrums, everyone. But if I don't do this, I will never get good. It sounded like they were coming from just around the corner. I see. Did nothing about this seem unusual to you? Not really. I know I've caused a few similar disturbances with my experiments before. If someone else decided to take up home experimentation, they certainly have my approval. Besides, I wasn't in any position to abandon the experiment that was running at the time, or else it could have had a similar outcome. Thank you. I think that will be all. That was it? No problem. That was it? Had I known, I would have gone to the library. Instead, or the hatchery, actually. Thanks for all your help. Now that the facility has received the bandage, maybe we'll discover something new. I'll take care of the remaining tasks, so you can take the rest of the day off. I'm sure you have things to do other than helping the police department. It's no problem, really. My trip to your world wasn't supposed to be a vacation. There's more to that if you play more of someone else's route. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Alright then. I'll see you next time. See you. After this fateful day, I was glad to finally have some sort of respite. I wandered into the kitchen as I considered tonight's dinner. Should I cook something or order out? When I returned to the living room,
I suddenly found my strength leaving me and I collapsed to the floor. Oh. That doesn't sound good.
Where am I?
The next thing I saw was a blurry stone ceiling. Well, well, that's not a ceiling. Let me check something. Okay. I don't understand this screen, but okay. As my eyesight slowly returned, I managed to sit up. I was in a cave, and before me stood a familiar, mysterious face.
I apologize for the violence, but I can assure you, it was the easiest way.
Where am I? Is this your hideout? Who are you?
Just a temporary accommodation, so we can be undisturbed for this meeting. Someone else used to live here until recently. Until, I killed them.
It'll probably change when you get the options to see people. Or just one of those. Okay. Don't psych me out. Well, yeah, I think I missed a text here. Okay, I didn't.
Do you know who I am?
Well, you're not Reza.
Good. What did it take for you to figure that out?
Since you're not whispering anymore, I can hear it clearly in your voice, in spite of how your voice sounds. I had a feeling that you couldn't be him since the first time we met, though.
Which first time are you talking about?
The generator in the cellar, when you pushed me?
I see. You can call me the administrator.
Admin, photo please! Admin! The administrator, huh? None of the humans are supposed to be here, though. I assume that's why you're wearing the mask. You don't want to be recognized.
But that is correct.
Whoever you are, you also saved my life.
On more than one occasion.
Really? Your presence here doesn't make any sense. You couldn't have come through the portal. The dragons would have noticed.
This is where you're wrong. My arrival through the portal is what led the dragons to discover it in the first place.
Is that so?
When I crawled out of the hole in the earth that hid the portal, there were no guards to discover me. My appearance exposed the portal, but the dragons didn't know it was there yet.
So you arrived even before Reza. That makes you the actual first human to come to this world.
That is more truth than you might think.
Just who are you then?
I may not have arrived through the portal like you, but my story is very different. Before the fall of humanity, I was an engineer.
Hey, look, buddy. I'm an engineer. Look, buddy. I was an engineer. That means I solved practical problems.
I was part of a team that was formed to create bioweapons.
Oh, wait a moment, wait. I have not yet. I actually closed my eyes. I have not read the next lines here. The next lines here. Are these dragons like the bioweapons? Like creatures made to be bioweapons and then, I don't know, some sort of cataclysmic interdimensional thing happen in the dimensions separated like in Super Mario Bros. The movie, that sort of stuff. I don't know. I mean, it kind of would give a little bit of basis to the myth that humans created dragons, I suppose. I don't know, I'm just interpolating here.
Our task was to create these bioweapons in a country where their development hadn't yet been regulated or outlawed. These weapons were planned to be a low-cost alternative for poor countries to wage war, so they would no longer have to rely on expensive drones and machines for warfare.
Alright. If
my theory that these dragons wear the bioweapons, you have to reconsider the low-cost thing there, because it definitely must not be cheap to feed a dragon. I digress.
I was to set up the lab where our bioweapon development would take place. It was a clandestine operation, said to be in the middle of the wilderness. The laboratory was an independent research and living unit, and provided everything we needed without having to rely on external resources or even an existing power grid. Everything was to be teleported right into the middle of nowhere, with no traces or paper trail to follow, so international communities and law enforcement would have no idea of our operations. Our only connection to the outside world after setup would have been a two-way portal to our headquarters, who would provide everything we needed. While we already could teleport individual people, teleporting a whole building was another matter entirely. Our solution was matter compression technology, incredibly expensive, but operating the gray market was also very lucrative. The technology behind it was much more complicated than even teleportation, despite being based on it. While teleportation works by utilizing black holes with a beginning and an end, compression technology relies on a loop, keeping matter in a sort of limbo state until the loop is broken. Working with black holes was very complicated to begin with, but this shape required much more finesse, and thus was much more expensive. It was to be sent alone to set up the lab and the portal so the rest of the team could arrive safely. In case you didn't know, it was possible to use a portal to send someone to a previously defined endpoint. Therefore, it is not required to have a portal at the destination to be sent there. But wait, excuse me, let me read this one again. In any case, in case you didn't know, it is possible to use a portal to send someone to a previously defined endpoint. Therefore, it is not required to have a portal at the destination to be sent there. But as you can imagine, this is also very dangerous.
I suppose, like, who knows where you're going to end up, right?
A single variable off by a fraction could mean the difference between landing safely at your destination and smothering in space.
Yeah, my case in point, I suppose.
Of course, my employer did not want anything like that to happen. Not necessarily for my own sake, but because all of the unfathomably expensive equipment I had with me. Regardless, something went wrong anyway. Despite all of their checks and safeguards, they could only minimize the risk so much. Even if the risk is a fraction of a fraction, sometimes you are just that unlucky. And sometimes it turns out that your bad luck is a blessing in disguise. I arrived safely somewhere in the jungles of Earth, yet it was not the destination that had been planned. I knew something was off, but nevertheless I set to work immediately. At the very least, I could prepare the building. I would have shelter, and then I could begin preparations for the project. Getting the portal into working order would take more time, as it was a complicated process that could take several weeks.
God, this voice is killing me. Let me drink some water. I'll probably have to take a brief break soon to get more water from the kitchen. I'm almost out.
If things had gone wrong as I suspected, I would at least be able to establish contact with headquarters after the portal had been set up, and I would be able to return.
Read normally and then goes... This goes on for a while.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize it might go on for a while.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna read this normally and just switch to the character's voice. When we have him on the screen again, because God, my throat. While teleporting the lab to the wrong location was certainly a costly mistake, I was still lucky to have my life. Before long, I discovered the truth about the place I had arrived. While I was still on Earth, it was not the Earth I knew. It was the Earth of 65 million years ago. My God! Did he invent the dinosaurs? Is that the implication here? We knew that by utilizing black holes for teleportation, time travel was a theoretical possibility. It was something even my company didn't dare to attempt, though, as teleportation in itself was still a very new technology. Yet here I was, 65 million years in the past, with a research station all to myself. Excuse me. The company would revel in the opportunity to study and profit from all the different life forms I could see. If only they knew about them. I spent the few weeks setting up the portal as planned. Yet, when I tried to reestablish contact with my employer, I was met with silence. Despite the time discrepancy, the portal should have been able to find my companies in the present. For a black hole, sending something through time is no different than sending something through space. However, when we built the portals, we gave them a specialized configuration. It was only possible to travel through space by aligning them across the time axis. That meant that I, in the past, would still be able to search for portals in the present to connect with. My counterparts in the present, though, would not be able to find me in the past even if they tried. But I couldn't find them. Not a single one. Even after checking the portal for its function. I determined that, for all intents and purposes, the portals from the company should have been there to connect with. Hello, IT. Have you tried turning off and on again? It was then that I had a terrible realization. The portals in the present didn't exist anymore, or they were no longer operational. Maybe the blunder of teleporting the lab caused them to reconsider the risks of using this technology. After all, it was already controversial and had been outlawed in several countries. I wouldn't have been surprised if they decided to cut their losses, but it was highly unlikely that they would have immediately shut down every single portal and left me stranded without notice. Portal technology was still being relied on in several places in the present. In my mind, only one possibility remained: super weapons. Various nations had been using them as bargaining chips for some time. I didn't think the threats had become that serious, but one of them must have launched their weapon and destroyed the majority of Earth. I suppose wasn't that the basic plots at the start of the game? Yeah, I think. I don't know. Or maybe, I don't know, by going to the past, he erased the entire future and changed the entire timeline and, I don't know, timeline stuff. Solar flare. Oh yeah, it was solar flares. Oh yeah, the solar flares. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe this, what he thought was actually the solar flare, which wiped all tech. It could have been the result of a malfunction, or perhaps the political situation had escalated. Either way, it was not possible for me to establish any means of communication to find out what really happened. I could have sent myself back into the present with the right coordinates, but this was a risky endeavor, and I also had to ask myself if it was a present I wanted to return to. I was sure that if anything was even left of our world, the aftermath of a possible retaliatory strike would take care of the rest. In the end, I had to realize that whichever present did exist was likely not one that was worth returning to. I had made my decision all the easier. It made my decision all the easier. Instead of returning to the destroyed civilization, I saw an opportunity. Rather than creating bioweapons, I could use the lab to create a new civilization shaped by my own ideals. Oh, that is a dangerous thing to even consider. I had all the necessary, although it does fall in place with my theory about the myth the dragons have about humans, that humans created dragons. I had all the necessary data and the most modern methods and machines at my fingertips. Besides, most of the process had already been automated. In the end, I still used the lab for what it had been created for, fusing human and animal DNA to create beings that were mostly human but possessed a greater intelligence that allowed them to learn whatever we wanted them to. Yeah, it sounds a lot like the myths. Just more sciencey and kind of megalomaniacal. Wait, is that the right word? Whatever. Basically, the guy's playing God. Don't do that. Oh, he supposedly created dragons. That's kind of cool. As I didn't have any animal samples sent with me when I initially arrived, I collect them from the sources available to me. The dinosaurs! Automated the process, mixed the DNA further across the samples. New abilities were added like enhanced armor, flight, and speed weapons to make the new creatures more effective in combat. The result was a number of different species, each tailored and optimized to fill a specific role in a war situation. Hormones allowed me to speed up their growth, and with the lab's learning program, they could be educated in whatever manner I saw fit. My first concern was self-sufficiency. They needed the kind of knowledge that would enable them to come together as their own independent society. That is also a dangerous thing to do if you are going to create your own army of creatures. Oh my god, there's so much wrong here. No wonder every country decided that the project was way too controversial and should be banned. There are way too many moral implications here, too many things that can go wrong. Luckily, the AI that automated all the processes in the lab was more than helpful. I unleashed the first generation of my creation, and as their leader, founded our first village. I thought we could really pull it off, and once I saw that they could survive without my guidance, and also govern themselves, I knew my plan was a success. Okay, question. Question. If you are going to create creatures meant to be used as weapons in a war, and you make them obedient, but also give them self-sufficiency and free will, because let's be honest, if you're going to have them be able to survive on their own and govern themselves, there's free will here, at least at some degree. So how exactly do you expect them to work as weapons? I mean, if you're giving them intelligence, don't you think that at least at some point they're gonna stop and say, "Hey, the hell are we doing? Why are you doing this? We can bite the face off that guy. Why are we following his orders? Huh? We can take over the world if we want to." Anyway, the person they knew is gone, so there's no need to use them as weapons anymore. Yes, I know, but again, he still made them to. I mean, let me go back a screen here. Not here. Wait. The result was a number of this species. Oh yeah. Enhanced armor and oh shoot, I lost it again. Ah, there. Enhanced armor, fright, and speed weapons to make the new creatures more effective in combat, and it resulted in a number of different species tailored to fit different roles in war situations. And then war hormones were added, so technically he was still making the weapons, even though he wasn't going to use them as weapons, supposedly. But well, I guess it changed on this part here, that the AI automated the process and basically taught these not to be weapons, but still, even if they were going to be weapons, in any case, what would really stop them from turning, you know? Oh shoot, I wasn't done reading that. Go back. Oh, I forgot, it's the mouse. I thought we could really pull it off, and once I saw that they could survive without my guidance and also govern themselves, I knew my plan was a success. Alright, now rip my vocal cords. Let's go back to the voice.
When I realized that this new society would eventually be destroyed, I told myself that I would do anything I could to save it.
Destroyed? What are you talking about?
Haven't you realized where we are?
The what? The Chicxulub.
The Chicxulub asteroid is headed for us. With a diameter of over 10 kilometers, its impact will create humongous clouds of dust, throwing Earth into a literal dark age.
Oh! Wait a moment. So this is still more or less 65 billion or million years in Earth's past, but not a parallel dimension. So this is still the same Earth that me and Reza came from, just a different point in time, but also a somewhat alternate timeline, which in itself is kind of technically a parallel dimension, where the dragons, the creatures that he created by playing God, evolved and made a society similar to our own. Well, similar to the one we made in our own timeline. However, they developed way quicker than we did. While we took like literally billions of years to develop and get to the point where a solar flare obliterated everyone, and then everyone decided to obliterate everyone else. The dragons got to that point in like a few thousands of years. Well, maybe not thousands, because this guy is still alive, unless he found a way to keep himself alive. They had the labs, teaching and stuff to kickstart it.
Yeah.
And now the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs is coming. Oh god, time is confusing.
They will block out the sunlight for over a year, killing off many species of plants that rely on photosynthesis to survive. As a result, animals that eat those plants will also vanish, as will those who sought sustenance from those herbivores.
If you pay attention to the chapter scenes, it's visible, and it gets bigger in each one. Really? I never noticed. I'll make sure to look for it next time.
All in all, 70% of all species will vanish, and in terrestrial ecosystems, all animals heavier than a single kilogram will die. That would be 2.2 pounds, in case you didn't know. You do know how to operate in pounds, right?
I actually don't. Sir, I'm sorry, but where I come from, we use the metric system. 2.2 pounds to metric.
2.2 pounds is equivalent to 0.998 kilograms.
Oh wow, that is not even a kilogram. Well, I myself would be dead. Wait, hold on. Let me go back one dialogue here. No, that's not what I meant to do. Go back. Ah, here. That's he said it there. I think I wasn't paying attention. It will call all animals heavier than a single kilogram. That would be 2.2 pounds, in case you didn't know. All right, I was being a dummy dum. My bad.
You see, you are stupid because I did say kilograms. It will be the end of everyone who lives here. Every single dragon you have seen. Unless we do something.
We? What am I supposed to do?
Do you not wish to save them?
I came here to help humanity. Now you tell me that this society, this whole world, is also on the brink of extinction?
That is the truth.
What kind of difference could a single person like me even make to save it?
Right now, it's only a single person that presents its greatest threat.
Reza? How?
In order to stop the comet, we will need as much power as possible.
We reclaimed all the generators he stole. Besides, how could a few of them be enough to make a difference for something like this? Also, let me raise a question here. I get it, this guy probably did not want to raise any attention to himself and certainly not to alarm the dragons. But if the danger is this high, why not do something to even at least indirectly, without exposing himself, raise this up to the dragons so they could do something to save themselves? You know? Why just keep silent all this time? I don't know, it feels a bit counterproductive in my opinion, but I don't know, maybe I just don't have enough details yet to draw any sort of conclusions out of this.
Don't forget that Reza is still out there looking for more. The truth is, I don't know if all the generators we could gather would ever be enough. We only require enough power to divert the comet's path during a crucial moment. But even if this plan is possible, we will need every single generator we can get.
I'll not provide a comment. Okay. Yeah, no spoilers. So my goal hasn't changed. I just need to find Reza. So Reza is a murderer.
Yes, but you need my help, and maybe the help of others. You know that Reza is dangerous, and with his gun, he has a clear advantage. Don't think that he wouldn't hesitate to kill you if you were in his way.
Then what shall we do? Do you know where he is?
No, but I think you'll find him soon, and you can count on my support when that happens.
I see. There's one thing that still doesn't make sense to me though. Why the hell have you not done something to have the dragons know about the problem so they can do something? Oh my god, this is killing me. The dragons have myths about you, but they don't know or remember you. They haven't seen any humans for who knows how long. How much time could have passed since you created them, and how? How many generations could it take to forget? Why isn't there proof of your existence?
I don't know how long exactly it's been myself. When I realized what time period I was in, and what my creation was about to be wiped out.
Sorry, let me start this over. Wait, the option I was dreading must have been earlier on, or is not included on the first playthrough. Interesting. Maverick, you have no idea how paranoid and psyched and nervous you made me for the rest of this playthrough and future playthroughs now. Dang it! What have you done? Let me drink some water because again, this voice is murdering my throat. Even more than Bryce's voice.
I don't know exactly how long it's been myself. When I realized what time period I was in, and that my creation was about to be wiped out in the future, I wanted to go to that future and see what they had become. I disabled the portal's time access safeguards, and thus enabled it to connect with others in different times. This also included that very same portal in the future, with the generator of our lab being able to supply the portal with power for an indefinite amount of time. I was able to travel to any point in the future I wanted to. The entry and end points of the black hole would be the same place and the same portal, with the way traveled being just along the time axis. Since I could now search for connection points in any time period, I could look for my own portal in the future and pinpoint the moment its signal stopped.
The comment.
Exactly. I found that specific point in time and traveled to a future that was as close to that event as I could safely manage. After I arrived here, my escape from the portal's hiding place led to its discovery by the dragons and the laboratory where unearthed.
Oh, I see. So he created the dragons 65 million or billion years, I can't remember now, million years in the past, after the portals lost connection, because he couldn't bother with turning the router and the modem back off and on again, and so they started to develop, and then he decided to investigate why exactly the portals, I mean, no, not that. He decided to check how, wait, let me go back here. I think I'm mixing up a couple things. Comment, since the connection points and time period, I could look for okay, if I am understanding this correctly and I am remembering this correctly, because I do not want to read all of this again. Yeah. So if my understanding is correct, he wanted to see how his dragons evolved in the future, because I'm pretty sure at this point at that point he knew that the future he came from would one way or another no longer exist because of his doings here. So fair enough. So he wanted to see how the dragons would evolve. So he decided. So for that he would need to get the portal working again. So he decided. So he investigated how, why, and when, and where, and whatever the portal stopped working, and then he found it was when the comet hit, not the solar flare, but when the comet hit, comet asteroid, whatever, the big rock that killed the dinosaurs. So he decided to to go from 65 million of years in the past to he went around that event to the future, to a point where the portals were working, and it was still the future where it wasn't the future of the humans. It was the Earth ruled by dragons. So he went from before the comments to the comments. I said the comments again. The comet to the future in this same timeline. Not this same timeline, because the comets would have wiped everything, and the dragons. Time travel is complicated. But the thing that I am trying to understand here is that he wanted to see how dragons would evolve. He figured the comet would destroy everything, so he found a way to go into a future where, but now the comet is coming in anyway. Oh, screw it. Let's just roll with it. We've seen this already. Okay. The comments.
Exactly. I found that a specific point.
They traveled into the future of the current timeline to see how the dragons were doing and what caused the portal, and where they noticed the comet. Even you said comet now. I guess that was on me. But I mean, in any case, the dragons did evolve. Wait. Wait. Okay, I think I am thinking of the wrong comet. Wrong comet, asteroid, thingamajig from space. I'm thinking of the one that wiped the dinosaurs, in theory anyway, 65 millions of years ago. Or billions, I can't remember which one. Either way, a long time ago. So I'm thinking of that one when actually reading about the one that is to come, and that is what is causing me to get myself confused, because these dragons, they have evolved their society to a point very similar to our current modern society, which took millions if not billions of years to get to. So that is why I was thinking that, hey, if the comets did kill everything, including the dragons, for them to be at this point in evolution before the comets, they must have evolved absurdly fast, which realistically speaking is impossible in such tiny short time span. But yeah, so yeah, it was a different comet. So the one that killed the dinosaurs did hit, maybe had already hit. No, wait, it didn't. So it did hit after the dragons were created, and before the administrator traveled in time to see the dragons' future. That comet, that asteroid, killed the dinosaurs, mammals, and the dragons survived, and the mammal animals evolved to be their own thing, no humans, while the dragons evolved from those primordial dragons, and they took over the world in place of the humans. And now there is a new threat coming from space, which is going to kill them all. Which, timelines aside, if we think of it on a pure physical, from a pure physical point of view, is also going to kill the humans in the timeline with the solar flare. Although there was no solar flare here. Wait a second, hold on. Let me do a thing. Time travel is time travel is confusing. Yeah, time travel. If you think too hard about it, boom. This happens. Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry. Your computer did not just crash. Your computer did not just crash. You are fine. Your PC is fine. It's the comet that killed the dinos and dragons. They only traveled into the future after starting the Dragon City. So they traveled into the future prior to where the portal got destroyed by that comet. The present is gone, unrelated. The orange is during dino time. Then they go forward into the comet time, oh my god. They go forward into the time just before the comet hits. Oh, so wait. What? They only traveled into the future after starting the Dragon City. So they traveled to the future prior to... It doesn't tell us how long the dragons existed for prior to the comet that killed dinos. Yeah, you see, timey-wimey stuff, it's confusing. How could they possibly evolve their society this fast? Before the comet that killed, before the asteroid, the meteor or whatever, that killed the dinosaurs. Time travel. Boom. Anyway, let's move on with this story here.
I found that specific point in time and traveled to a future that was as close to that event as I could safely manage. After I arrived here, my escape from the portal's hiding place led to... Okay, I have read this. I still don't understand how our portal found yours, or why we ended up arriving at this particular time period. The portal you found was no doubt one of my companies. They must have been connected before, so the corresponding data for their connection already existed when you found it. I'm not sure if that could bypass the anti-time travel safeguards though. Was it completely operational when you found it?
No, it took a little bit of tinkering.
Probably jumping the hardware safeguard in the process. Now consider that connected portals travel along the time axis together. The data for their beginning and end points are just adjusted automatically. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to transport anything from one place in the world to another without sending it through time. Since these two portals must have been connected at some point, the corresponding data for the connection between those two portals already existed. When using the same connection without changing any of the data, this would mean that despite the time discrepancy between those two portals, time still progressed linearly for them.
I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, welcome to the club, Slurp.
Let me try to rephrase that. The portal you found and my own share a connection. However, while the connection is locked to a certain place, which is wherever the portal is at that very moment, it is not connected to a specific point in time. For us and the physical machines that are the portals, time passes linearly, and we can't do anything about that. However, for the black holes, this isn't the case. Just as their entry and end points can be different places, they can also be in different times. In order to not send something through time when we just want to transport something from one portal to another, the portals are anchored together in such a way that the time data is automatically synchronized. Essentially, this means that ever since you arrived in this world, the same amount of time has passed for you. The same amount that has passed for you has also passed in the place where you came from.
I mean, makes sense. I see, so despite being in different time periods, time still passes linearly on both sides of the portals.
Otherwise, it would not have been possible for you to send messages back and forth through each other. If they were not synchronized, the portals on both sides would stay connected not only to a single point in space, but also to a single point in time, thus making proper two-way communication impossible. However, this is not possible through the connection that has already been forged. If we wanted to, we could also use our portal to send you back to your own time period, but to a moment before Reza even arrived here.
But what would that mean if there would be two of me? But that would mean there would be two of me, right? Wouldn't that cause a time paradox?
I can only tell you that it would work. No one has studied time travel before. No one has studied time travel before though. So if there are any consequences, they are not sure of them. Most likely an entirely new timeline will be created.
Yeah, like the one where these dragons exist. Even though these were not made, I'm not going to try to think of that any further. Even though my brain automatically is already trying to figure that out.
There would be a timeline without a slurp altogether, and in the new one, there will be two of you.
This is becoming way too complicated. It has become way too complicated long ago, Slurp. Long ago.
I apologize. To come back to your original question, what was your question again? I'm not sure how much time passed between the time I left my newborn society and now. Since the portal was not designed for time travel, I have no way of knowing how the variables translated to our perception of time. It could have been thousands or even millions of years.
I mean, it would make more sense considering how they evolved and the point where they are now. How could the portal or even its power source still be operational after all this time?
The portal received its power from the generator in the lab. These units were fitted with the absolute best technology we had to offer. It was designed to provide sustainable power, completely independently from any already existing network or power lines. It gains energy from many sources: sun rays, Earth's heat, and movement, just to name a few.
Gather power, energy from the Earth's movement. That is an incredible concept. If it were possible to do that, boy, we would have so many advancements in power.
Keep in mind, it had to power a whole laboratory and research station, while also providing the energy required for all of its inhabitants and the associated energy expenditures. Taking its power from Earth itself, a generator like this could continue providing power to the lab indefinitely.
We could almost build a TARDIS out of that thing. Now that I'm thinking of it. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single dinosaur since I arrived? It seems that the dragon society expanded over the whole continent. Many still hunt on their own for sustenance, and as such, the original species they were based on mostly vanished. As in direct competition, ours proved to be far superior. Also, they have probably taken measures against having big predators roam their cities and villages. Yeah, I mean, why have big predators roaming around when yourself is already a big predator, right? Even though most dragons we have seen so far are actually pretty small. Considerably tiny even, I would dare say. Yet, while the dragon population has increased tremendously, I have found that and by large, their society as a whole has not changed much. Is that why everything here looks like it was made for humans? I suppose so. The learning program I initially used gave them the knowledge about things and how to create them. Yet, of course, those were only human inventions and designs. Did they never once stop to think what they should adjust? Oh, hold on. Did they never once stop to think that they should adjust how certain things look? A lot of the furniture and objects I've seen look very impractical for a dragon. Yeah, and we even saw some of that with Remy during dinner. During and after dinner, and also with Lauren and his qualifications for jobs. Interesting that they bring this up. I wasn't really expecting they would actually point out that logic of the environment. I was surprised at that too, but I have an explanation for this phenomenon. Don't forget that their genome was designed by an AI program to make them into effective bioweapons. The idea was to have them indoctrinated at a young age. After reaching adolescence, their learning capacity would be greatly diminished. This resulted in subjects that would stay loyal and unlikely to change their desired behaviors. There is a massive political comment to be made right at this point about indoctrination and how you are going to shape one's let's say knowledge, learning, shape their mind, their behaviors, what they perceive as the right and wrong, what this should be, what that should be, what the other thing should not be, these things. I'm gonna leave it at that. And drink water. Alright, let's continue. And by the way, my glass is now empty.
Instincts also play a role. I imagine they are very much at odds with their learning behavior. Instincts in animals never change, and instinctual behaviors will always be there. If a given trait has been programmed into their genome as an instinct, it is not very likely to change, even through numerous generations. We can see the result of this here. While I initially made them learn a certain set of values and knowledge, I have found that the expression of those ideas has hardly changed.
It's as if, through the indoctrination, the AI basically locked the dragons' capacity of expanding their knowledge and culture.
And after I was gone, each new generation learned from its elders, and much of the initial knowledge and information was retained through all this time. Their genome as a whole did change, however, which was unavoidable over time. They had been used as bioweapons as intended. If they had been used as bioweapons as intended, they would have been nothing more than an army of identical clones. While I can see subtle changes in behaviors as a result, some traits are still very much present in them. They are content with what they have and don't strive for more. They don't innovate or change, so technological breakthroughs or new inventions are a rarity. It's quite the opposite, really. They very much value tradition and their ways, which have not changed much in all these years.
I see. How much time do we have left before... How much time do we have even before... Oh my god. How much time do we have even before left to stop the... How much time do we even have left to stop the comet?
In a few weeks, the comet will pass the moon, and its gravity field will point the comet's trajectory towards Earth. This is when we will need to be ready. If we strike then, we only need to minimally affect its path in order for the comets to pass Earth safely. It won't be enough time for the inhabitants of this world to prepare if Reza steals our greatest assets.
So it's all about Reza and the generators, isn't it?
Indeed. By the way, I fixed the portal in case you need to use it.
Did you break it to prevent Did you break it to prevent me from being sent away?
No, that wasn't me.
Reza better not use it to escape.
Trust me, the portal is our greatest asset. I have programmed it with emergency coordinates. If you should find yourself in a hopeless situation and feel there is no other way out, go to the portal. I have made sure only you will be able to use them.
Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. So what's your plan? What do we do now? Can we tell the dragons? They need to know. Seriously, they need to know. Like, for real. They need to know.
I will resume my work, and you will continue yours. Find Reza.
The administrator turned to leave. Wait, what's with all the secrecy? Why are you still wearing that mask? Why don't we pool our resources together and you show me your hideouts? Why don't we tell the dragons? For God's sake! Don't you think it would be better if you were completely frank with me?
No, not now. And that's mostly because I tripped and hit my face, so it's ugly right now. So yeah, I gotta wear this mask. Anyway, bye.
A second later, the figure had already vanished into the darkness outside. When I followed, I realized that I wasn't sure how to get back to my apartment. Where am I? Surrounded by trees and a blanket of night, it was hard to make out of where I stood. Oh hey, houses. This seems familiar. After wandering through the underbrush, I realized that the lights on the horizon had to be coming from the village, and I made my way back. I returned to my apartment. I went squatters there for a second, by accident, or Irish rather. I returned to my apartment without much trouble. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to see how much time had passed. Not having anything left to do for the day, I soon fell into deep slumber. Seems there's nothing for me to do this morning. I guess they don't need me at the police department. Not that I mind. Let me save the game for a moment. Real quick here. Yes. Status.
I hate this card, and this one really makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. Maybe a couple minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, because I need more water. Actually, I'll probably just grab a glass of soda instead this time. But anyway, this is a lot of fun. I really did not expect... When I got this game, when I was gifted this game rather, when I added this game to my wish list, I should actually say, I really did not think much of this. I was not expecting much of this. I actually had this game at the bottom, at the very bottom of my wish list on Steam. And because I do not like dating sim style games. And I'm not saying this one is a dating sim, but it has the same style basically. But I think the actual name, the term is graphical novel. But regardless, the point is, I'm not a fan of these kinds of games. I always find them very weird and boring and weird, and also very weird and sometimes disturbing. At least with a few that I have seen before. But anyway, point is, it had dragons in it. I read many reviews on Steam, and reviews, most of them were overwhelmingly positive. So, and I like dragons, and I saw the screenshots. Their designs seem to be very good, very nice. I like the designs, so it kind of hooked my curiosity. And hey, Halamki, welcome to the stream, and thank you for joining. Happy Friday! I hope you're doing well. This will bring you tears multiple times. My feels. I actually could cry. No joke. I am a guy who actually does cry if the feels are hit. Seriously. I mean, I cried when Shigeru Miyamoto, when Satoru Iwata died, for example. I still cry every single time I'm watching the credits of Star Fox Zero, and the spoiler alert for those of you who have not played that game and reached the end. I still cry, or at least almost get to cry, but I definitely did cry quite a bunch the first time this happened. But I cry every time the credits roll, and the message at the very end says, what is the exact phrasing? I want to say this with the exact phrasing. Give me a second to try and remember. In honor of our wingman who fell in battle. Yeah, just saying that made me want to cry right now. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'm not very difficult to make cry. Yeah, one of the ending would break, I can tell. Oh God. Oh no. I'm laughing, but that's a nervous laugh. I assure you of that. But yeah, going back to what I was saying about this game. I really did not expect much from this game, if anything at all. I was just curious, put this at the very bottom of my wish list, and a friend eventually decided to give me this as a gift, and I decided to, for whatever reason, play this on a live stream, because I don't know, I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time. Maybe I thought that, hey, this is one of those weird games, I don't really expect much of this, it's probably going to be weird. I think I'm gonna play this on the stream because, you know, so then I can have some funny reactions or something. Which is actually one of the reasons why the name of my character is Slurp. I wasn't taking this seriously. But the point is, I came into this game expecting very little to nothing, and I'm actually enjoying this thing. I am actually enjoying it. But yeah, there is a lot of reading. And My vocal cords are demanding a little break. So, guys, don't go anywhere or go somewhere. I don't know, go to the kitchen, grab a snack, use the bathroom. I will take a brief break, but I will continue this on this stream. All right. So I'm actually gonna have some music playing, so you don't stare just at this all the time. And while I do that, let me talk some more. So yeah, I will take this a quick break. I'll use the bathroom, go to the kitchen and grab another drink, and then I'll come back. I don't know. I will take maybe a 5 minutes on the most, hopefully. Helamki, I don't have anything to drink right now. That is one of the reasons why I'm gonna go take this break. My glass is empty. I've been drinking this entire playthrough. I mean, this entire stream, because of so much talking, and also the voices that I have been trying to make. They really put a toll on my vocal cords. Let me pick some songs here so you guys can have something to listen to while you wait. Let's put this at this. I think this volume should be fine. You might actually finish this playthrough if you go for another 2 hours or so, I'd say. Really? Another 2 hours. For how long have I been streaming? 3. Nah, I'm gonna save that for a part 4 then. Mav. Yeah, because 2 hours more or less is about what usually my gaming streams are supposed to take. That's what they are supposed to last for anyway. So I'm gonna save that for a part 4. And hopefully not going to take another month for that. Because this game is actually fun. I am enjoying this. Okay. By the way, guys, is the music volume good? I hope it is fine. Tell me if it is fine. I did save this, right? It's fine? Okay, good. So, in that case, I'm gonna leave this... should I leave this on this screen or should I leave it on this one? That's a lot of text. I think I'm gonna leave on this one. Now, if you guys would prefer the game on the screen while I am away, I won't be long, I promise. Only 5 minutes. Do let me know which screen you prefer, this one or actually the game. So yeah, it's actually going to be a good opportunity for you guys to go to use the bathroom yourselves, grab a snack on the kitchen or something. So yeah, 5 minutes. I should take. You know what I should do? I should. Oh, but I don't have a timer set up on this scene, do I? No, I do not. I would have to. Well, whatever. It would take time to set up the timer. So anyway, I'm gonna leave on the game then, and so yeah, 5 minutes, and I will be back. So now, where's the BRB thing on this thing? Yeah, there we go. I found it. So yeah, be right back, guys. 5 minutes, and then I'll come back with something to drink. And I am back. And the end of that song was the perfect timing to come back. I am a little bit refreshed, got myself some cola, and even ate a little sandwich. It's actually just bread with mayonnaise, but whatever. Regardless, I have returned, and the game is not showing properly on OBS for some reason. Wait, what is going on there? Wait, did OBS capture freeze? What happened? Ah, there we go. Just a mayo sandwich. I mean, I could have put bologna and cheese and ham, which I do want to do, but then I would have taken longer. So I just slapped the mayo there, and it's fine. It's actually good. I like it. Cold mayo, just straight out of the excuse me, out of the pot. Delicious. Yeah. So, alright, where was I? Let's check the status thing that I don't yet understand. Alright, yep. Everything seems normal. Whatever normal is. I spoke to Remy, I spoke to Lorem. Let's speak to Bryce and then Adine, if possible. Adine? Adine? I don't know. Let's talk to Bryce. Once again, I found myself within the police department, which seemed oddly quiet for this time of day. It takes most people a while when people say watch it, but you noticed when it happens for sure. I suppose you're talking about the comet. I would imagine. I gotta remember to look at the sky on the next outdoor scene. It didn't take me long to spot Bryce in his office.
Hey, Slurp. Hey, Slurp. What's up?
Nothing much. But you told me to contact you if I could remember anything that might help with the investigation.
That's right. What do you have for me?
Am I gonna tell him about the guy, the administrator? I'm not sure if it's worth mentioning, but I have known Reza for a couple of years, so I know some things about his personality.
I see. Well, that's actually more helpful than you might think. Mannerisms, habits, all kinds of things will be useful to add to his profile, and to get a better idea of him. You know, I'm just about done here for today, but if you want to discuss it over a beer or something, I'd be more than happy. I don't drink, and dragons drink? Okay. I don't usually drink though. Just one? I'll take 3. Let's go. Speaking of drinking, give me a sec. This is not water, by the way. It's cola. I want to say this one. Just because Mike Dragon, me, I don't drink. Not even usually. I mean, sometimes I just don't drink in general. Alcohol, that is, obviously. I'll say let's go. You'll probably enjoy that one. Alright, let's go.
Café Memoria.
Here we are. And just in time for happy hour.
Do you come here often?
Sometimes.
What are you? It looks like God, what's the name of that lizard that I'm thinking of? It's not a gecko. There's a particular kind of lizard that people sometimes get as a pet. Iguana. Looks like an iguana. Is that an iguana? It looks like an iguana. An overgrown iguana. Waiter.
Hey, you two, what can I bring you?
Just the usual.
One generic beer for the chief of police, sure thing. How about you, Slurp?
Nothing yet. I'll have something later, I think. How'd you know my name?
How couldn't I? Everyone knows about you. So, what will it be?
Fine, sure, whatever. Screw it. Me too.
Noted. I'll be right back. I'm back.
It wasn't long before the waiter returned with a drinking bowl as wide as it was tall, filled to the brim with a foam-topped dark amber liquid. Carefully, he set it down in front of Bryce, who didn't hesitate to take a big gulp. I'm going to take a gulp of my soda as well. He brought one for me as well, provided in a glass that seemed more appropriate for my kind. It would be hilarious if he brought a pair of giant bowls filled with beer. One for Bryce, which makes sense, but also a bowl of beer for me. It would be hilarious.
There you go. Just call me if you need anything.
Of course. So, what is it you wanted to tell me about Reza?
There are a few things. I mean, they're probably not much, but anything might help, right?
That's right. Anything unusual about him, anything that defines his character or stands out about him could help us. You could tell. How about you tell me? Excuse me. How about you tell me what you know about him?
Well, the earliest memory I have of him was when we both went to the same school. We only shared a few classes, though, and a couple of friends. Overall, I'd say he was an above-average student. We didn't talk very often, but he always was very outspoken and never failed to speak up to make his opinions known. He was the kind of person I'd fully expect to become a politician one day, or at least an activist of some sort. That's the impression I got from him. He spoke a lot, but you could also expect him to act on his word. Of course, his nature caused him to clash with others, sometimes even including the school staff, though his genuine enthusiasm also garnered praise from them. He was quite a character. After all, after we all graduated, I didn't hear anything about him for a long time. Only some years later, after he found the portal, was I surprised to find out he was the human who would be sent to your world. He had volunteered. It wasn't until I was already here that I actually met him again. However brief our interactions were. But then I already told you everything about what happened prior to the eventual scuffle with Maverick. There's only one thing that stands out to me about these events. In the restaurant, when he told me about the letter, he mentioned I would know how to read its secret message. I know he values the use of his own intellect, but when I received the letter later, say letter later 3 times in a row. letter later. It sounds funny. He apparently fully expected me to remember a random chemistry class we had together years ago in order to see the message.
I see. So, did you not arrange this beforehand?
Not at all. I had no idea.
That is quite peculiar.
I know. I still wonder what he would have told me if Maverick had interfered when we met at the portal.
We do as well. And you can believe that.
How was Maverick even allowed to intercept his letter and read it?
He could have easily done it so since he could have easily done so since he was in charge of Reza and everything. But he totally shouldn't have. I mean, wish we wouldn't do anything of the sort with you. Everything he has done in regard to Reza has been a poor show of character. I suppose so. In any case, thanks for telling me all this. You never know when this kind of information will be useful.
No problem. Just when I thought an awkward silence might set in, Bryce spotted the waiter and didn't hesitate to speak up. Speaking of the waiter, allow me for another sip of my soda.
Hey waiter, bring me another.
I hadn't noticed, but while I was talking, Bryce had been busy sipping on his drink. The empty bowl before him was proof of his proficiency, while I had barely touched my own drink.
Here you go.
Bryce was just about to start on his second when he suddenly spoke up.
You know what? Why don't we have ourselves a drinking contest?
I don't think that's a good idea. That's not a good idea. I would, but I don't think I can beat someone like you. Yeah, I mean, he's a freaking dragon. He will win at anything, pretty much. Especially drinking and eating contests. Come on, look at the size of the guy. I would, but I don't think I can beat someone like you. I mean, leave. Just leave. No, I would, but I don't think I can beat someone like you. And besides, I don't want to get drunk here.
How about a handicap then? I'll go easy on you.
You're not letting me go. You're not letting that. Like, I have barely touched my beer and I am already drunk. You're not letting this go, are you?
Just having fun. Alright, let's do this.
Well, I guess we are doing this. Bryce lowered his snout and gulped down beer at an inhumane. Am I sure this is just soda I have here? Bryce lowered his snout and gulped down beer at an inhuman, not inhumane. What the hell is inhuman? Whatever. At an inhuman rate. I mean, he isn't human, so yeah. The bowl drained rapidly and was empty in an instant.
Fair is fair.
Considering they don't even have cars, at least I won't have to worry about drinking and driving.
The rules are simple. We both get around. Then we wait a few moments until the next one so the effects can kick in. Whoever gives up first loses.
That sounds easy enough. Let's burn some brain cells. That's your mistake. I never give up. Hey, go back. We wait a few moments. The effects kick in. Whoever gets up first. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get drunk. Let's burn some brain cells.
And may whoever burns more win. This is the true game of kings, I'm telling you.
I mean, you're a dragon, I suppose you would know. Whatever.
Alright, let's do this.
He made a show of looking me in the eyes while he lowered his muzzle into the bowl, before he started guzzling his drink noisily. It was gone in seconds. Certainly this was going to be tough. My confidence faltered, but there was no turning back now. How did I think I could win in a drinking contest against a freaking dragon? Exactly! Also, I didn't really want to do the contest. I said, hey, how can I compete against someone like you? That's not possible. Having said that, let me drink. How did I think I could win in a drinking contest against a freaking dragon? Nevertheless, I am actually gonna get angry if my character actually does win this. I am gonna get angry. Nevertheless, I grasped the drink, putting on the best show I could while I tried to recreate Bryce's feat. After the first sip, however, I realized it was very different from any other beer I had tried before. Yet I persevered through the intense taste until the glass was empty. I probably wasn't as impressive as Bryce had been just moments earlier, but I couldn't afford to show any weakness. My plan was cut short though. As I set down the glass, an unusually strong aftertaste hit me, causing me to make a face.
How'd you like it?
This is some really strong stuff.
I told you. You better know beforehand how much you can take, or it'll hit you harder later on. Wanna give up already?
Shut up.
That brought out your fighting spirit, huh? I like that.
So when's the next round starting?
Soon enough. Do you feel it? Do you feel the bus kicking in already? Don't lie to me. I can see in your face. Unless that's blushing I see and not alcohol.
I beg your pardon? Alright, I'm not buzzed. Alright, it's a buzz.
That's what I thought.
You seem disappointed there for some reason. I don't want to question why.
Anyways, how do you like it here so far? I mean, compared to wherever it is that you came from.
I'm having a drinking contest with a dragon. How could I not love this? I like this answer. I like it. It's alright. Certainly a nice change from what I'm used to. To be honest, I think I'd rather be home. I'm gonna go with the first answer. I'm having a drinking contest with a dragon. How could I not love this?
Excuse me. We'll see how much you like it when I've drunk you under the table. What?
Hold on, let me read that again.
We'll see how much you like it. We like it when I've drunk you under the table. Waiter, bring us another round.
Coming right up. Here you go. Have yourselves a little contest, are we?
You know how it goes.
That I do. Be careful, Sleep. He's a pro and a dragon, and you're just a flimsy human. Bye. Oh boy, who is this? Better question here. What is this? The heck are these things? There. Zeef? Did I hear something about a contest?
Maybe.
Up to your old shenanigans, I see.
Now, don't spoil the fun. I don't go around telling people about what you're up to either.
Point taken. Enjoy. What the hell was that? Of course, he wouldn't have challenged me if he wasn't confident he would win. Guess I'll just have to try my best.
I went first last time, so it's your turn now.
As I put the glass on my lips and started swallowing the dark amber liquid, I was struck by how much more difficult this round was compared to the first. One thing that always puzzled me about seasoned drinkers was the sheer amount of liquid they could ingest without issue. Keeping it down, however, was a much different question. Alright, so about how much a seasoned drinker can drink. He's a dragon. Look at his size. Everything. You know, I'm not gonna go there. But anyway, he's much bigger. Of course, he can handle far better, far more things. But this contest wasn't about keeping it down. There, your turn.
Did I see you struggling there for a second?
Let's see how you do. Of course he's going to do great. Duh. That's my tactic. Make you think that I'm struggling, so you let your guard down. I may have underestimated this. I believe this one is going to be the option to give up. I don't know. Let's put a tough face. Let's see how you do.
I've had much more than this before. I believe it. As for my turn, let me demonstrate.
Once again, he consumed his drink though his swigs were noticeably slower than before. His resolve was also fading, though not as fast as mine had. As he clearly held the advantage, was there any way I could still turn this around? He's a dragon! No! I am gonna be really mad if my character wins this contest. I don't know why, but I am gonna be very, very mad.
Now let me ask you a question. I know you wanted to tell me all the stuff about Reza, but was that the only reason you wanted to meet me here? To meet me with me?
It was. Well, it doesn't hurt to have friends in high places. Maybe. Having a little fun doesn't hurt, right? Wait, what was the question? Now let me ask you a question. I know you wanted to tell me all the stuff about Reza, but was that the only reason you wanted to meet me? It was. Well, it doesn't hurt to have friends in high places. Maybe. Having a little fun doesn't hurt, right? Yeah, I suppose could go with this one. I mean, the guy, the administrator, did say that. Wait, was it the admin or was it Lorem? I can't remember. Someone not long ago said that I should try and have a little bit of fun. Oh no, it was Sebastian when he was talking about the summer festival. What is it called? Is it summer festival? Whatever, the party with the fireworks and such. So yeah, sure, let's go with this one.
Thought so. I won't disagree with that.
I don't like that expression.
Waiter, next round.
Coming. Oh, there we go.
Thanks.
How are you holding up?
It's just fine. Thanks for asking.
If you say so. Good luck.
Thanks.
Was it your turn, or is it my turn?
It's yours.
Why is it his turn? I lost count.
Alright. By now it was obvious that Bryce was faltering, though he was still faring much better than I was. He even had to take a break in the middle of his beer, unable to down in one go.
Now it's yours.
He was a lot heavier than me, and even though his bowels held far more liquid than the everything here is moving, I'm getting drunk. Held far more liquid than my glasses. Bowls, not what I said, although that also applies. His bowls held far more liquid than my glasses. How did I think I'd stand a chance against him? When I picked up my glass, I didn't have feeling in my fingers anymore. I had to pause a few times, but in the end I made it, though I wasn't sure how much more I could take.
So, what do we do now?
Wait for you to throw up so I win?
You never said that was a... You wish. Might as well do that now. You never said that was a...
Well, duh. Of course it doesn't count if you spit up your drink halfway through. I suppose it still might if you lick it all up again.
Ew. Can I ask you a question?
I suppose I just threw up there on this transition.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why are you brown?
don't ask a dragon why they are brown. But I am not going to ask the second question, why are you so damn attractive? Although his design is really good. No, I'm gonna ask this. I mean, I'm drunk, so whatever, who cares?
Damn it, you don't just ask someone why they're brown. Don't you have, like, differently colored people where you come from? Or do they all look like you?
Yeah, that is exactly why I said you don't ask a dragon why they are brown. You seriously look like a chocolate cream cake. Delicious chocolate cream cake. Can I taste you? This is getting weird.
Waiter, next round.
There you are. Brilliantly, the dragon looked at me, seemingly unable to focus. I could see he was hitting his limit, but so was I. Maybe if I just held out a little longer.
Whose turn it is even? I think it's yours? I think it's yours, though.
Very well. At this point, I had difficulty speaking up my class. No, excuse me. I was about to give up, but I was sure if I held on just one more round, it'd be over. I could still win this. I am going to be really angry if this guy wins against a dragon. I had to wait a few moments after each sip in order to continue, but I did not give up until eventually the glass was empty. Your rude chief, suck this, Scaly bastard. No, that's rude. Let's go with this one. For the first time, I could see something in his eyes other than his always present confidence. Was it disbelief or insecurity? I guess my feet caught him off guard, as he seemed genuinely impressed. If nothing else, this showed me that even his own conviction was cracking now. I could totally win this. I am going to be so mad if this guy wins.
You're cute. I like you. I really do. But I sure as heck am not gonna let you win.
He was struggling. It became more and more obvious as he tried to swallow the liquid in his bowl bit by bit. He stopped at one point, panting heavily. There are noises in the background. I just realized. I considered taking a cheap shot at him, but as he had refrained from doing so during my turn, I wasn't going to start now. There. I was getting tired. I could hear Bryce's voice, but I could not make out the individual words anymore. I decided to rest my eyes just for a little bit. There I go.
Hey, are you okay? You fell down, and you look kinda messed up.
Well, I did just try to win a drinking contest against a dragon. Yeah, I'll mess you up if you don't get your face out of my face. If you think I'm giving up, you're mistaken. This isn't over. Nah, this is over. This is over. Oops. You fell down, you look kinda messed up. Yeah. Good to hear that. Ready for another round, or do you give up? Oh, we're still going. Oh, crap. Bring it on. I think I better stop here. I know when I've had enough, and it's now. I'm honestly gonna get angry if my character wins, and I kind of fear he will, so I kind of want to end it here, but I also am curious to see what else is going to happen next, so bring it on.
Actually, you know, you're lying on the ground. You better stop.
Does that mean I win?
I didn't say that.
You know, it was fun watching you and all, but you've both had enough for the evening. I think you'd better leave now.
After you've come out of your out from under the table, that is. I am under the table. Alright, I'll be going then. Wait a minute. You have to pay. What is this? And maybe you should go with him. Just to make sure he gets home safely and doesn't do anything stupid, you know? It's kind of an unspoken rule here that whoever is his drinking buddy does so. Is Bryce a not a seasoned drinker, but rather a drunk? See, really? So much so that there's actually a rule at the bar or cafe that if Bryce is drinking and has too many beers, whoever's with him has to take him to his home. Is that it? Is that what I'm getting here? Explained at some point on his route. I completely forgot. When I looked over to him, I discovered that Bryce had passed out for the moment. This could prove difficult. Fine. If I have to, leave. Yeah, let's go with fine. Thank you. Come on, let's get you home. Now, it is funny. In a way, it is funny watching, like you see movies and TV shows, and admittedly in real life sometimes too, a drunk guy trying to carry another drunk guy, you know, and both of them are wasted, and I'm just imagining that. But anyway, if Bryce is passed out here, and my character has to take him back to his home, to his house, that means my character is gonna have to carry a freaking dragon who must be like, I don't know, at least twice his size. How's that gonna go? And drunk, and while drunk too. He is still unconscious. Oh wait, did I read the one here? Whoops. Come on, let's get you home. He is still unconscious. Dump some water on his face, slap him, put some pepper on his nose. This might be a terrible idea, actually. He's a dragon, and I am fairly certain that Bryce does breathe fire. I don't think it's going to be a good idea to make him sneeze. No, let's dump some water on his face. Fish to the trick. What is that? Is that you? Slip? Where am I? Still in the bar? Come on, let's get you home. Oh, so I won't have to carry him. Good. That looks awfully human-like, that piece of clothing there. I awoke looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. For a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night all came back to me. As I got up and looked around, I realized that I had apparently slept on the floor. Where am I? This isn't my apartment. That's cute. That is actually cute. I guess he must have passed out after I got I got Bryce home. I'm actually going to screenshot that. It is cute. Hey, Bryce. You're salivating. Wake up, fatty. Good morning, sunshine. You're salivating. The dragon moved and let out a groan before he opened his eyes. Just as you do, occasionally, I bet. Damn my head. Why are you even here? I guess I must have passed out after I escorted you home. Alright, after our little game. Do you remember who won?
I don't even know, but you stood your ground and I respect that.
Technically, he did.
You didn't do anything funny while I was out, did you?
I mean, if you count throwing water on your face, that's funny. Then the answer is yes. The dragon rose from the couch with a nice morning stretch, rubbed his eyes, then held his head high as he let out a grunt and a big yawn.
You know what? I'm sorry. The whole contest thing was a stupid idea, and I shouldn't have suggested it, especially not to you.
Well, it's not like you forced me to participate, so I suppose I share some of the blame.
Let's just pretend the whole thing never happened. Deal. Wait, what time is it? Damn, I should really get going. Or I'll be late for work. You know how to get back to your apartment from here, right?
I think so.
Yes, you should be going as well, kiddo. Maybe I'll see you some other time.
That was interesting. Another free day. Yay, me! I can talk with a dean or get some well-deserved rest. However, I am going to save. Yes. Status. I'm good with everyone. Except with Anna. Heck. Anyway. Guys, my dudes, my friends, I think I'm going to stop this for now and continue at some other time with part 4. Because supposedly there isn't that much game left. But regardless, this is very fun. I do want to see where this is going. And but I have been streaming for about 4 hours now, and it is getting late. That mayo sandwich is not gonna hold up for long. So I should be thinking about getting myself some food. So I did just save, right? Yes, I did just save. So I am going to pick this back up on the next time. I don't know when the next time that I will play this particular game is gonna be, but hopefully not next month, but rather earlier, like in just a few weeks. And the reason for that is because I play a different game every week. I play a different game every week on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I draw live on Sundays. The streams on Wednesdays, they should start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, while the ones on Friday should start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The Sunday streams, however, they should begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And the streams on Wednesdays, they are always in Portuguese, so if you join the stream on Wednesday 8 p.m. Eastern, you are likely not going to understand what I'm saying. However, the streams on Friday and Sundays, those are always in English. So I'm only gonna play Angels with Scaly Wings on the Friday streams, so the Gaming Friday. So you can look forward to that if you want to know where this is going, because I am also curious. 2 more character choices, then will be the ending scene. So getting there. I think the status change comes after the next choice you make here. Alright, so we are going to save this for the next one, because I don't know how long the ending here is going to take, and I have, like I said, I have already been streaming for a while, so yeah. And besides, my vocal cords, they need a little rest from trying to make all those voices. So yeah, for the next Friday, I don't know what I am going to be playing, but I do want to play something that I could not play before on a stream. So I don't know, maybe Beam MG, Doom Eternal, maybe, I don't know, Phasmophobia, something, one of the games that I could not really play on streams before. Minecraft would also be a fun thing to do. I actually do want to play Minecraft, but I have yet to decide. But anyway, so guys, thank you all so much for joining today's stream. Let me go back to the main menu. Quit. Yes, I did just save. I did just save, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna load this just in case. Yes, I did just save. Good. So yeah, my friends, this game is actually far more fun than I thought it would be. Thank you all so much for joining today's streams. Streams? It's only been one. Today's stream. And I hope you have enjoyed this as much as I have. And hopefully I'll see you again in the next one. So I wish you all an awesome weekend. Have a great night. And good night to you too, Reptang, Maverick. Good night. Everyone have a very great night. I wish you all an awesome weekend. And like I said, until we meet again, God bless you all. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a good one. Bye guys. Bye.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't try. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fears when you can see where puzzles lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to gin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on thinking just because you got to be more grand. Gin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Gin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.